Today on race day, the home stretch of the Winston Cup year, the flat mile at Phoenix, and plenty of drivers needing to win. NASCAR's Busch Series runners looking ahead already to next year, a duel in the desert, though, on Saturday. The NHRA makes up a Dallas rainout to focus on Top Fuel and a new title holder. While the Outlaws close out their biggest year ever with a rough one on the Strip in Vegas. And the kart champ cars wrap up their season with a Smoky Fontana shootout. A new champion is crowned. Hey, it's a bittersweet Winston Cup day for all of us. Sunday, the 5th of November, 2000, and this is Race Day. Just about an hour to go until the green flag falls over the NASCAR Winston Cup Series at Phoenix International Raceway, just south of the city in Arizona. Good race day to you. I'm Rick Benjamin, live in our Charlotte studios today, firing them up one final time this season here on TNN. And our last Winston Cup broadcast, at least for the next several years. The Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 coming up on the Phoenix International Mile shortly. A tough place to race, not much room in spots. An event Tony Stewart dominated 1 year ago, and he is certainly among the favorites this race day. But there are a host of drivers who haven't been to victory lane thus far in 2000, and they have only 3 chances remaining to try to fix that. Let's check in with race day Sean Pagano, standing by out in the desert sunshine with our preview. Sean?
Well, Rick, there are several drivers that are seeking their first win of the year. For some, it could be their first ever Winston Cup win of their career. So what we did here in Phoenix this week is we polled some of the drivers that have actually won this year, asking them of the drivers that have yet to win in 2000, who they would elect. It's perfect for the presidential election that's coming up on Tuesday.
If I had to vote for anybody, I'd have to vote for my little brother Kenny. He's tried so hard, and I hope he wins the doggone thing if I can, I'll tell you.
The guy that I would elect to win a race would be Ricky Rudd.
That's pretty easy for me. Ricky Rudd is at the top of my list. And, yeah, it's amazing to me that he hasn't won yet, but he gets my vote to win this weekend or before the year's out.
Okay, it's not scientific, but our Phoenix poll has Ricky Rudd as the front runner to win this afternoon. In a nip-and-tuck race, Rudd, who's won here before, has his supporters.
No, that's great that they all think that we're that much of a factor, can win any given time, but we can fix that. All they got to do is pull over to the curb and go ahead and let me win, and we can put that behind us.
But Arizona is a toss-up state. You see, Rudd isn't the only candidate to have success at Phoenix International Raceway. Bobby Hamilton once had a stronghold here back in 1996.
This is a little stiffer race than I think Gore and them other guys are up against. There's like 42 other candidates here.
And add John Andretti and Terry Labonte to the ballot. Both veterans doing some last-minute campaigning. Andretti with 2 straight top 10s in the desert. And Texas Terry, who won here in '94, hopes today's exit poll has him on top.
Hey, well, good. Appreciate their support. We need all the votes we can get.
Well, I'm not much into politics, but yeah, I'd love to win that election and go away with all the money. I think that'd be something that I don't know how everybody else will feel about it, but I know we feel pretty good about it.
All right, Rick, there's plenty of posturing going on, but, you know, everybody here in the garage area is trying to be politically correct. Coming up a little later here on TNN's Race Day, we'll talk to Ryan Newman, who's a star, up-and-coming star. We'll see maybe he's raced here before if he can get in to victory lane. Rick, back to you.
Could be a factor. Starts in the top 10. The polls close in Phoenix in about, 3.5 hours, I guess. All right, thanks, Sean Pagano. Rusty has the pole for the 9th time this season. That is dominance, folks. In Friday qualifying, and there's rookie teammate Ryan Newman lining up 10th today. Second group of 10 looks like this. Matt Kenseth and Dave Blaney among 6 drivers making their first career Cup starts at Phoenix. Dale Earnhardt Jr. as well. Wally Dallenbach, 20th starter today. Jeff Gordon has not yet won in a Winston Cup round at Phoenix, although he did win the Busch race there 1 year ago. Mike Skinner starts 30th today. Dale Earnhardt goes from 31st spot. Tony Stewart has to take a provisional as the defending race winner, along with Terry Labonte, Joe Nemechek, and Jerry Nadeau. Ted Musgrave, Michael Waltrip, and Rich Bickle driving the 60 car this weekend. Those who failed to make the show, Dave Marcus, Steve Grissom again, Robbie Gordon, Hut Strickland, and Stacy Compton among the drivers who will not be in the lineup this afternoon. But the Checker 500 starts at 2 o'clock Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific time, right here on TNN in just about an hour. Trouble this week for one of NASCAR's better-known families. Police in North Carolina arresting Jamie Skinner, the 22-year-old son of Winston Cup driver Mike Skinner, on charges of trafficking in cocaine. Now, Skinner lives in Randleman, North Carolina. He is charged actually with 5 drug-related counts after a Thursday raid by Randolph County Sheriff's officers in North Carolina. Authorities say they found nearly 90 ounces of cocaine in a race car in Jamie Skinner's garage. Jamie has made 4 career Busch Series starts, plus he has run in the Craftsman trucks. His bond has been set at $100,000. The NHRA ground pounders making up their recent rainout this weekend at the Texas Motorplex barely Finals of the O'Reilly Fall Nationals going off yesterday under rainy skies. They did get the finals in. Here's how they finished in top fuel. Coy McLenithan, the winner over Melanie Troxel. John Force won his 10th race of the year in Funny Car. And Pro Stock, Kurt Johnson for the 5th time, defeating Jake Coughlin Jr., the newly crowned champion. In Pro Stock Truck, it was Steve Johns defeating Randy Daniels. Now, the significance of all this, in the points races, top fuel, Gary Selzy has now clinched the championship. He went out of the semis, his 3rd top fuel crown in 4 years. Bob Pinella has now won back-to-back Pro Stock Truck titles. So all 5 of the major NHRA categories, the pro categories, have all been decided, but there are still the NHRA finals at Pomona next weekend to wrap up the year, and we'll be there for coverage for you next weekend right here on Race Day. When we continue, more to come as we take a break. A look back at some of our more memorable Winston Cup moments in 10 years here on TNN.
Hauls it off the corner. He's got the inside. He's up there on bumper. Coming to the checkered flag. Here comes Davey Ellis into the bottom. It'll be the finish. Everybody was waiting for it. They crashed past the finish line. They have crashed and returned to the start.
Race Day is brought to you by Mopar, Chrysler Corporation Parts, and the Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, Jeep, and Eagle dealers who sell and install them. Mopar, great parts for these vehicles and yours. That's the Mopar difference.
When you're a big-time racer, it's just fame, fortune, and beautiful women. A pretty hot package. Almost as hot as the Luxair 2000 Performance Package. Get up to $200 cash back, or make no payments and pay no interest for 6 full months. Okay, so it's not fame and beautiful women, but when you save a small fortune, who knows where it could lead? Find your participating Luxair dealer by calling 1-800-LUXAIR.
Okay, sweetie, on your toes. Swing through the ball, through it. Eye on the ball, hon. We're working on the forehand. Okay, let's try backhand. We'll work backhand. Okay, you just need to connect with the ball. Let's stay in the game, sweetheart. Now, don't be afraid to charge the net.
How do you plan on financing your retirement? Conseco's annuities have tax advantages that can help. Conseco, step up.
Honey, I went shopping today. I found the cutest thing. Isn't it adorable? I thought you might like this one, and I just couldn't resist these.
Does she have a sister?
Back straightaway, still 2 car lengths to distance. White flag. Here comes Mass, right to the bumper, slides it sideways, and Earnhardt holds him off to win the race and knock down his 7th Winston Cup championship.
I imagine you'll be back next year trying for number 8.
Why not? We're gonna be around for hopefully a long while yet.
Dale Earnhardt, now the 7-time Winston Cup champion.
Some of our Winston Cup history here on TNN. Our Mopar trivia question this weekend: in a dozen Cup races so far at Phoenix, which car owner has visited victory lane the most? We'll have the answer for you coming up in just a couple of moments. When the Dura Lube 500, Checker Dura Lube 500 fires up at Phoenix, there'll be one Winston Cup rookie in the show with a lot at stake. Young open wheel standout Ryan Newman makes his first NASCAR start for Penske South today in the All-Tel Taurus to team up with Rusty Wallace and Jeremy Mayfield from the 5th row. Our Sean Pagano has the story now on this latest open wheel star to try to strap on a stock car.
Well, Rick, Ryan Newman is in his early 20s, and he's already accomplished more than guys double his age. Here this weekend in qualifying for his first Winston Cup race, he wowed the crowd. But, you know, anytime this guy buckles in, it's really nothing new for this young guy.
22-year-old Ryan Newman is on the fast track to success. From go-karts to quarter midgets to stock cars, some of racing's biggest names have followed the popular Hoosier path, and this Indiana native is eager to take the road well traveled. Newman wowed the ARCA crowd in Pocono,
He backed that up with a win in Kentucky and then smoked the field in Charlotte, leading every lap.
Back around to the checkered flag. Checkered flag and victory at Charlotte for South Bend, Indiana's Ryan Newman.
And while a newcomer to the ARCA Series, Newman is no rookie when he buckles into the driver's seat. The open wheeler capped the top 10 more than a dozen times en route to the 1999 USAC Coors Light Silver Bullet Series title. But something this young gun is getting used to, Bender.
You know, Roger Penske gave me some great advice after the race there. He says, be humble. He says, it doesn't always come real easy, and it'll always get harder. So just, you know, we'll keep doing what we're doing. And you know, we started our program. I always said we were going to crawl before we walk. And, you know, now we're just getting to the point where we can try to take bigger steps.
He's proven that he can run to a different type car, be very competitive, and win races. And we're going to have what we call ABCs, some ARCA races, some Busch races, and some Cup races. So you know, we'll see how he goes in 2001, and then obviously we have a plan with our sponsor Altel to move forward on a full Cup ride in 2002.
With Penske in his corner and prospective teammates like Rusty Wallace and Jeremy Mayfield, this engineering graduate seems to have the perfect formula. He's even got something else to add to the equation. Penske's NASCAR professor, Buddy Baker.
I just think the world of him, and I think someday when we open the newspapers, instead of seeing Tony Stewart or Jeff Gordon on the headlines or Rusty Wallace, it'll say the Penske cars 1, 2, 3, and I think Ryan Newman will be right there.
And Ryan Newman joining us live here at the Phoenix International Raceway. Buddy Baker, our colleague, saying, hey, the Penske cars could be 1, 2, 3 someday. You guys had awesome qualifying effort. You've got to be excited about your first ever Winston Cup race.
I'm thrilled, ecstatic. You know, it's the first race. I think Penske cars there will be 3 Penske cars in the same race, and just to have the opportunity for me as a driver and then be part of a 3-car team with Roger Penske and Don Miller is just the greatest opportunity of my life.
All right, Ryan Newman starts 10th. He's raced here before, so look for good things from the 02 car this afternoon. Rick?
Wouldn't be surprised at all. We wish Ryan Newman well today at his Winston Cup debut. Well, yesterday at Phoenix, the NASCAR Busch Series going 200 miles, the Outback 200. The season championship already settled, but a lot of other spots up for grabs in the final rundown. Light rain in the morning, plenty of clouds to greet the Busch Series regulars in the Arizona desert. Rookie Jason Leffler and new champion Jeff Green would lead them to green. Jason Leffler's 3rd pole of the year. Didn't take too long, though, before soon-to-be Winston Cup regular Ron Hornaday got to the front, sliding under Leffler in 1. Jason wasn't happy about it, though, and he would come right back to retake the point a few laps later with another J in tow. Proof again that you can't stop the Roush runners. This is Jeff Burton in the Northern Light Ford, giving Leffler the business to take the point on lap 46. 2 laps later, Joe Nemechek's Saturday turned bad. Tire goes down, and Joe will get into the wall. Day's first caution here. Nemechek, his crew couldn't quite fix the damage, had to go behind the wall. Hats off to ASA. Rookie standout Scott Wimmer in the 20, his 2nd Busch start. Ran the car in the top 20 all afternoon, backing up a top 20 finish last weekend at Memphis. Young Scott Wimmer did that. Now, if you were set up for long green flag runs, you were right on it at Phoenix Saturday. The car with the best setup, Jeff Burton's Ford. Burton showed the field how it's done. His 4th Busch Series win of the year, 10th Busch Series top 10, and only 13 starts this season. Leffler 2nd, Mike Skinner, Jeff Green, Ron Hornaday the top 5. Jeff Purvis comes home 10th. And the points championship already in Jeff Green's pocket. His teammate Jason Keller locks up 2nd yesterday. As we take a timeout, another look back at our 10 years of wonderful NASCAR racing memories here on TNN.
Here comes the old gray mare on the inside. It's Earnhardt all the way to the bottom. And gets away with it.
He's still got to go by a...
No way. Wow, man. There's a bunch of cars in trouble. Bobby Labonte hit right in the flag stand.
I saw Dale down there, and he was digging under me, and I said, oh, Lord, if he comes up here right further, we're in trouble. All of a sudden, I guess he broke loose. The rest is history.
We found The Rock relaxing in his own backyard. What makes you think you're such a tough guy?
Excuse me. Laying the slap down. Hey, we've got Stone Cold Steve Austin down there. Looks like he's hurt. Looks like a job for The Rock. Don't worry, Steve, I've got you.
I'm gonna find The Rock on the internet.
Yes! I know where to find him. Hey, Mr. Rock, wait, you're not The Rock. Oh!
Can you smell what The Rock is cooking?
Since I began the mentoring relationship with Kieran, I've noticed some changes in him.
he has more confidence in what he wants to do both after high school and then potentially after college. He's even talking about going to college now. And he's also asking me about jobs and what I do at my job and, you know, why I like it. It's a sign that he's starting to think of, you know, beyond his day-to-day life and think about his future. And to me, that makes me feel good that I'm starting to have that impact on his life.
For dry, red eyes, clear eyes is a hit. It removes redness and as an ingredient to moisturize. Wow!
The difference is clear eyes.
Making a can from recycled aluminum instead of from raw materials reduces air pollution by 95%. Recycle. It's the everyday way to save the world.
You don't have goosebumps on your legs and arms now, you don't have feelings. That's all I can tell you.
Since Sears Point in May of '94, and near life-threatening injuries since, Ernie Irvan battled back. The fans going wild. Ernie Irvan, he's back in victory lane.
This is a long way from that hospital in Michigan back in August '94.
Taking you back in time, one of the truly great moments in our NASCAR's top tour coverage right here on TNN Sports. It was a pleasure to be there in New Hampshire for that day. Final fling of the season for the Pennzoil World of Outlaws at Las Vegas Motor Speedway's dirt track this week. Scheduled to run 2 nights in Vegas, with Steve Kinser already having wrapped up his 16th national title. It would be cut to just 1 night. Track conditions very difficult. Rain made the racing surface much less than ideal. So much so, Mark Kinser and Danny Lasowski loaded up after the heats and left the track, didn't run the feature. Feature originally cut from 30 to 20 laps because of the rutted track. Sammy Swindell and Andy Hillenberg would lead him to green. Sammy would take the lead going into turn 3 on lap 1. Steve Kinser slide job here a couple of laps later under Andy Hillenberg to second. But there would be plenty of trouble on this night. Brooke Tatnall and Joey Saldana in a duel. They get together and go tumbling down the back straightaway. Watch the view Saldana has. Track sky, and then nothing. He and Tatnall, though, both okay. Trouble for Kinser running second. Broken drive shaft. One of many on the night. Sent Steve to the showers early, and a tough night to be an outlaw for Shane Stewart. He goes sailing through the Vegas night, too. He, too, is all right. Race comes to a crashing end early. Lap 15, Ryan Flynn hammers the wall. Officials decide to throw the checkers 5 laps early. That's enough. Sammy, the winner, takes home the big check on Wednesday night's action. As we head to a timeout, another memory from our vast archives of Winston Cup coverage here on TNN. We'll be back.
We took a car that we only ran 5th in the open with. I mean, it was terrible. And we won the win.
Down there, hugging his brother, Darrell Waltrip, who made a beeline of victory lane to be part of it all. TNN looks at NASCAR 2000 and the role of the manufacturer. Years ago, car manufacturers were the only sponsors in NASCAR racing. The big automakers hired factory drivers and funded factory teams. Today, the role of the manufacturer has changed. Ford, Chevy, and Pontiac channel the majority of their efforts into research, leaving individual race teams to develop new chassis. Both Ford and Chevy have a new body style for 2000.
The biggest thing on a body change, you can't wait till the checkered flag flies to Atlanta to work on a body change. The teams can't wait that long, and the manufacturers certainly can't wait that long.
The new Monte Carlos and Tauruses have been more than 2 years in the making. Next year, the new Dodge Intrepid will make its debut with Ray Evernham at the helm. For more, log on to country.com, your personal source for all things country.
There's a lot of contact in racing. Oh, there's Nicky. It's hard to say. I'm pretty good at it.
It is such a rush.
It's competitive.
And guys think that, you know, girls don't like rushes, but we do.
It's more of a guy sport.
I was first the whole time.
You know, you give them some hard competition, let them know that you're there.
Give them a little shove.
She's bumping. I think girls get a good kick out of racing.
When you do beat them, you're like, how guys like that type of stuff? Yeah. I'd like to be a professional NASCAR racer someday.
Radio communications are provided by Racing Radios. For all of your radio communications needs, as well as scanners, call on Racing Radios at 1-800-669-1522. Mack Trucks, provided by Siouxland Mack Sales. For special year-end discounts on all new and used Mack Trucks, call 1-800-2000-USA.
Hi, Jeff Burton for LA West Luxury Vehicles. First in quality and the only choice for the Burtons.
LA West Luxury Vehicles, available nationwide from select Ford dealers. Call us at 1-800-786-VANS. Chase Authentics is the authentic trackside apparel of NASCAR. Authentic racing apparel you'll find on hot drivers. Chase Authentics. Winnebago Industries, the official motorhome of TNN Sports. For information on Winnebago Industries products or the Winnebago Motorsports team, call 1-800-643-4892.
Well, Kart's Champ Car year is over. It took them 2 days to run the 500 miles last weekend at California Speedway. 33 laps only in Sunday before rain fell on the racetrack, putting off the rest of the show till Monday. Paul Tracy would lose his shot at the title when the top end of the Honda motor blew up and his Team Cool Green machine blew the cowl right off the car. When they finally ran Monday morning Pacific time, it was raining instead engine parts and oil. Contender after contender falling out with blown motors. Tony Kanaan losing this one, taking Michael Andretti out as well. Kenny Brack would be among the other contenders to lose a motor and get towed back. Juan Montoya as well would suffer that fate, leaving the race to Christian Fittipaldi and leaving Chip Ganassi to practice his field goal technique. The $1 million title to Gilles de Ferran. And after the checkers, our Bob Dillner talked with the new series champion.
A big congratulations to the Y2K kart champion, Gilles de Ferran. You can smile now, you know.
I know. I'm starting to relax now. After a whole year, you know, trying to keep your emotions in check and keep everything under control. It's been an amazing journey. So I guess today is the first day that we can relax.
We talked the other day about keeping your emotions in check. As soon as you pulled in, I'm sure a few tears shed in that car.
I tell you, it's hard not to stop sobbing uncontrollably, but you know, I guess that's what happens. You know, when you dream of this moment for such a long time, and it all comes rushing in. You know, as soon as I cross that check, I'm not so sure I'm going to make it back.
Do you realize what you, Elio, and the whole cast of characters have done for Roger Penske, turning this program around?
I tell you, you got to realize what they've done for me. This team is just the best team I have ever driven for. They're just a fantastic group of people. You know, when you start to live inside the team and being with Roger himself, you start to understand why they had so much success throughout their lives. And this is a very, very special group of people. And Roger himself is a very special person.
A big congratulations to you. Gilles de Ferran gives Roger Penske his 8th kart title.
All right, thanks, Bob. A reminder for you, get online today at TNNRacing.com, our final Winston Cup webcast from the event in Phoenix.
So that's your new car, the Aaron's Dream Machine.
Oh, yeah, ain't she a beauty? Of course, she don't compare to the wife, though.
Really, these are the true Aaron's Dream Machines, the products we all dream about owning.
And at Aaron's, everyone's automatically pre-approved with no credit required?
Yeah, and you get the guaranteed lowest price, too.
So you can afford this Philips surround sound home entertainment center with TV, VHS player, stereo, and this cool cabinet.
And I'm really pre-approved?
That's right. So let Aaron's drive your dreams home today.
Mopar. Great parts for these vehicles and yours. That's the Mopar difference.
The answer to our Mopar trivia question, which Winston Cup car owner has the most victories at Phoenix? It would be Robert Yates. 3 wins in his career. Some of the key developments this week in NASCAR racing. Hendrick Motorsports has signed the United Auto Workers and GM's Delphi Automotive Parts Company to be the new major sponsors for Jerry Nadeau and the number 25 team. That deal confirmed this week in Las Vegas. And A.J. Foyt announced on Friday morning that indeed Ron Hornaday will move into his Conseco Pontiacs, the 14 cars next year on the Winston Cup Tour. Hornaday, 3 Busch Series wins in his rookie campaign, leaving DEI and replacing Rick Mast. Plenty more to come on race day. We'll be right back to wrap things up in just a moment.
Keep your ride safe and ready with Bridgehead.com's Get Tuned Up Fall Sales event. It's National Car Care Month, and we have over 40 brands of parts and accessories on sale, plus cool gifts with every $150 purchase. The Get Tuned Up Fall Sales Event ends November 7th, so log on to wrenchhead.com now. Wrenchhead.com. Are you a wrench head?
Guaranteed low prices at the Home Depot mean that you can be confident that you're going to walk into our store and find the best price in town.
You find a better price anywhere else, we'll beat that price. With no questions asked.
We will match it and then beat it. That's our guarantee, day in and day out. Everybody says they got the lowest price.
Not only do we have the guaranteed low price, we also have the knowledgeable salespeople on the floor to help you.
We want to be the best price, the best customer service, the best quality product. We want to have the best of everything.
You would be out of your mind if you shop someplace else.
For dry, red eyes, clear eyes is a hit. It removes redness and as an ingredient to moisturize. Wow!
The difference is clear. Clear eyes.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, got any 8-penny galvanized?
Sure, Bob.
Oh, and some 12 ounces for later.
No problem. See you next weekend.
The same passion and dedication that drive our racing programs also drive the way we create parts for high-performance vehicles and high-performing vehicles like yours. Mopar, great parts for great vehicles on the track and in your driveway. That's the Mopar difference.
As we say goodbye this race day to our coverage of NASCAR here on TNN Sports, we're also saying goodbye to a dear friend, one of our originals here, veteran broadcaster Steve Evans, who passed away Wednesday in Las Vegas at age 58. Steve from California getting ready for our final Outlaws broadcast at Las Vegas. He covered our very first motorsports event for the old American Sports Cavalcade program here back in 1983. Steve Evans leaves his wife Sandy, 3 children, a legion of fans and friends, including all of us at race day. He was an original part of our Winston Cup team, covered drag racing, the Outlaws, and more. We close today with this look back.
Thanks for watching on TNN. I'm Steve Evans.
Race Day is brought to you by Mopar, Chrysler Corporation parts, and the Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, Jeep, and Eagle dealers who sell and install them. And by Featherlight, the official trailer of NASCAR, CART, IRL, NHRA, ASA, and World of Outlaws. Remember to call Featherlight for all your trailer and motor coach needs at 800-800-1230. You for all race fan families. Introducing the Simpson Child Car Safety Seat, available soon at these racing places. For more information, visit our website at www.simpsonraceproducts.com. Winnebago Industries, the official motor home of TNN Sports. For information on Winnebago Industries products or the Winnebago Motorsports team, call 1-800-643-4892.
Defined abs. Everybody wants them, but few ever get them. New from Fitness Made Simple comes 6-pack abs with John Baisdow, a complete abdominal sculpting video. It offers 3 different home workouts and fat-fighting nutritional tips. Have your credit card ready and call toll-free.
Country Christmas at Opryland. Packages from just $140. Call toll-free 800-316-1316.
Come stay and play, you're gonna stay. We bring out the kid in you.
Make your reservation and receive a free AT&T phone card.
TNN, the national network.
We've got... Oh, they're changing it to the national network? Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh, yeah. Professional bull riding on TNN. It's pop.
It's pop.
Pop.
CNN, we've got pop.
It's definitely pop.
Tell you what, want to learn to fish and do a right, go bass fishing with TNN every chance you get.
TNN.
We've got pop.
Pop. Pop. Pop.
TNN.
We've got
pop.
Proud to be pop. Yes.
The following is a special presentation of TNN Sports.
With only 3 races to go in the 2000 NASCAR Winston Cup season, today is an important battle in the Valley of the Sun, and there are some important questions. Has the sun set on Dale Earnhardt's best chance to gain ground on Bobby Labonte? And is Labonte home free? No one has improved more from last year than Ricky Rudd. Can he grab his first win of the year today? All of that and more as we bring you a preview of the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 next from Phoenix, live on TNN Sports.
It's an absolutely beautiful day in the southwestern desert, a great day for racing. And according to my sources in the garage area this morning, there are a handful of cars that may be just a cut above the rest. Rusty Wallace on the pole, his teammate Jeremy Mayfield, points leader Bobby Labonte, his closest pursuer Jeff Burton, Steve Park is fast, and also the guy that may win his first race ever, Johnny Benson, has been quick since we started. He might be the man to beat. Could see a first-time winner here today at Phoenix. Here's Steve Burns.
Hey, Glenn, don't overlook there's some surprises in the top 10 when this race starts. How about Robert Presley? He's never won. He'll go off 3rd. Kenny Wallace almost won at Talladega. He'll start 7th. And how about 22-year-old Ryan Newman? Comes here to make his Winston Cup debut. Tough racetrack. He qualifies 10th, Ralph Shaheen.
Well, Steve, there's also 4 former winners of this event that start 35th or worse here today. Bill Elliott, Dale Jarrett, Tony Stewart, and Terry Labonte, if they want to win here today, are going to have a long afternoon. Stay with us. A live preview of the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 is coming up next, right here on TNN Sports.
Races remain in the NASCAR Winston Cup season, while for TNN, 1 race remains in this year number 10. Today, the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 is live from the desert southwest. We are at Phoenix International Raceway. Hi, everybody. I'm Eli Gold. The beautiful Estrella Mountains in the background. It's a magnificent setting for racing, and it's a great setting for what will be the final NASCAR Winston Cup telecast for TNN Sports. Over the course of this afternoon, we'll be looking back on some of the great memories that together we have shared over these last 10 years. But still, the #1 storyline has to be what goes on the racetrack today and the ongoing chase for the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. Hall of Fame racer Buddy Baker, as per usual, is alongside. And Buddy, we signed on moments ago, bright sunshine. Now within 35 seconds, there's cloud cover. That could make it a handful of a day for these racing teams.
Crew chiefs are running right now, trying to figure out how to predict what this racetrack will do. Heat sensitive, it's very flat. They'll be going and adjusting on these cars all day long today. A car that's good in the first 50 laps may not be even in the picture near the end of the race. They have their work cut out for them.
But it's interesting, when the editor of Speedway Illustrated magazine, Dick Berggren, and I spent a few moments in the garage today, everybody said we can win. And I mean everybody said we can win. I've not seen that kind of confidence in a long time.
Well, you're absolutely right, Eli. This morning, no less than a dozen crew chiefs absolutely sure they could win the race. And that indeed is unusual. Why not? This place has been known for upsets. Alan Kulwicki scored his first ever Winston Cup race win here at Phoenix in 1988. 12 Winston Cup races, 11 different winners. You want to bet on today's race? Don't bet any more money than you can afford to lose.
But of course, the grand prize is the seasonal championship in NASCAR Winston Cup competition. And in this day and age, you cannot afford to have a weekend go by where if you can't make up some ground, you don't do so. Well, Dale Earnhardt squandered a magnificent opportunity a couple of weeks ago at Rockingham. He could have closed on Bobby Labonte. Steve Burns picks up that story.
Dale Earnhardt's chance at a record 8th championship may have gone away 2 weeks ago at Rockingham. Early in the race, both he and points leader Bobby Labonte were running in the top 10, but Earnhardt's chance came in the final 100 miles. Labonte came in early for a pit stop, but just after Labonte returned to the track, a lap down to the leaders, fire broke out in Matt Kemp's pit. bringing out the caution, hitting Labonte a lap down in 25th position. But after the restart, Earnhardt faded back through the pack and finished 17th, just 3 spots ahead of Labonte. And it's been a great season for Dale Earnhardt. 2 wins, 22 top 10 finishes, but champ, you're running out of races to catch old Bobby Labonte.
Running out of time. It's going to take a miracle for, something to happen to him and us to have a great day, but it still can happen. And miracles do happen. We're going to just race as hard as we can go.
All right, we wish you best of luck. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks to the man that he is chasing. Bobby Labonte enjoys that 201-point advantage, and all he has to do is finish 14th or better. But, man, you got a fast race car. That ain't all you're looking for here today.
No, we do have a great race car, and the guys have done a great job putting a great race car underneath me today. And so hopefully it'll work out. Today's going to be a little different weather than it was yesterday in practice, but we're just hoping for good things and see what we can do.
Well, one thing you can count on, guys, nothing stupid's going to come out of the 18 pits today, Eli.
I would bet not. You take a look at the NASCAR Winston Cup point standings, and, well, you know that 201-point spread between first and second. But look down the list a little bit. Some pretty good battles on through the top 10. And, of course, Ricky Rudd in 5th and Tony Stewart in 6th. Those 2 gentlemen with some great stories to tell. And they will be center screen as soon as we come back as our preview of the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 continues.
Oh, yeah, that's the first down. Way to read the D. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Can't get enough football? Grab a Miller Lite, and any time is Miller time.
Who's calling these plays? Put in a backup.
As you can see, the DNA sweeps through the cell after meiosis. This ensures proper dispersal of...
Can't get enough football? Grab a Miller Lite, and any time is Miller time.
Proper dispersal of the genetic code.
Briefcase.
Need new tires? Our 70,000-mile Futuras are 4 for $169. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
Hey, did you get them brakes at Pep Boys?
Yeah, I did.
I appreciate it.
Now get up to $40 back on premium Revestive brake service. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
Craving more taste? More variety? All you need is 99 cents. Check out the new 99-cent BK Cravers menu with 8 items including our Bullseye Barbecue Deluxe, Chicken Tender Sandwich, and tasty jalapeno poppers. Just 99 cents every day.
This year, over 400,000 aluminum radiators will corrode and fail. But Prestone Antifreeze bonds with aluminum, forming the Prestone Zone of Protection against corrosion. It's your car. Protect it in the Prestone Zone.
We found The Rock relaxing in his own backyard. What makes you think you're such a tough guy?
Excuse me? Laying the slip down. Hey, we've got Stone Cold Steve Austin down there. Looks like he's hurt. Looks like a job for The Rock. Don't worry, Steve, I've got you.
I'm gonna find The Rock on the internet.
Yes! I know where to find him.
Hey, Mr. Rock, wait, you're not The Rock.
Oh,
Can you smell what The Rock is cooking?
Tony Stewart may have more experience here at Phoenix than any other driver. Before moving to Winston Cup, Stewart was a top open-wheel driver and has won on this track in midget, sprint, and Silver Crown cars in the Copper World Classic. Then came Indy cars, where Stewart made 3 starts, leading in all 3 races. So it shouldn't have been a surprise when Stewart claimed the second of his 3 victories in his record-breaking rookie season right here in Phoenix just 1 year ago. Today, he goes for win number 6 in the 2000 season on what might be his favorite track. It's been kind of an unusual week for Tony Stewart. He announced earlier this week and that he's going to be a car owner in the Pennzoil World of Outlaws series with driver Daniel Lasowski. That was the good news. The bad news was once he got to Phoenix, where he found out that the car that he used to win the race with last year is going to have to start 37th with the provisional. Eli, they're struggling to get the number 20 handling here today.
But I have a feeling that team is going to find the way to victory lane, possibly here. Look at the series of successes that Tony Stewart has had here, whether it is in the IRL or in USAC competition. The man is always around victory lane. He and Kenny Schrader, 2 of the winningest drivers in the history of Phoenix International Raceway. Now, how would you like to be 27 spots higher in the point standings today than on the same date 1 year ago? Well, Ricky Rudd knows how it feels because that move parallels his move to Robert Yates Racing after driving for himself for 6 years. Here's Steve.
Sometimes numbers are deceiving. In Ricky Rudd's case, they are compelling. In his first season driving for Robert Yates, Ricky is 5th in the point standings. Last year at this time, he was 32nd.
Yeah, it's a long way to come from, like I said. I'm not really sure how we end up last year. It sounded bad on paper, but we actually had some decent runs, and we just one thing after another breaks. We'd break something, we'd wreck, and just struggled last year. And then, like I said, this year everything's gone really good. The guys have done a great job preparing the cars, and we've run well every week, and we've just been accumulating points.
Ricky's move to Robert Yates Racing stopped a 3-year slide. In '96, Ricky was 6th on the points, but in '97, he was 17th. In '98, 22nd, and last year's decline culminated with his first winless season since 1982. This season, Ricky had just 2 top 10 finishes in the first 9 races. In the last 22 races, he's been a top 10 finisher 16 times and has finished 3rd in 4 of the last 6 races.
Going into the season, I predicted that we could finish in the top 10 in points, and I felt pretty confident about that. But I felt like anything beyond that would have been a nice little bonus. And I thought if everything went just right, we might be able to crack the top 5. I didn't really think championship. I think we were building a championship caliber team. But in its first year of rebuilding, I didn't really think a championship was probably reachable. But I did think if everything clicked and everything went real good, a good shot at the top 5 in the points.
Ricky Rudd is the only winless driver in the top 10 in points, but that could change today. Ricky won here in 1995. But regardless, at age 44, Ricky Rudd has a new lease on life.
That's what, to me, racing is all about, is not just being out there making laps, but being out there, being in a position that if you don't win, I mean, that's okay. It's a little hard to take, but at least you're out there knocking on the door and could have won, and in a position for the hunt. And I guess that's probably what we all live for.
Well, Ricky, the question is your car good enough to get in a victory lane?
Man, that's a big question mark today, Steve. We've been struggling, didn't get much practice time. Big question mark. We can either be good or we can be lousy. We're going to find out here shortly.
All right, best of luck. Let's go back to Eli.
Ricky Rudd statistics from one year to the next. Well, there you see that major difference highlighted in those top 5s, the top 10s, and even more importantly, the DNFs, the races that he did not finish last year, 6 of those to only 1 DNF here in the 2000 season. Now, in addition to Ricky Rudd, there are some other big names who have yet to win this season, and of course, we're down to the final 3 events of the year. Here's Glenn with that story.
It's hard to believe, but it's been almost 2 years since Terry Labonte has won a race. His last win came 60, that's right, I said 60 races ago, last March at Texas. But he does have a win here at Phoenix. John Andretti has had a miserable year in the 43 car this season. It must seem like ages ago since he got his 2nd career win at Martinsville last April. It's been a streak of 58 races. Joe Nemechek is the 3rd winner from '99, still looking for his first win this year. He won 14 months ago at New Hampshire in September of '99. Since then, he's had just 3 top 5 finishes. And I'm standing next to Terry Labonte, and we're standing way in the back of the field, unfortunately, starting 38. A new Grinch paint scheme, and thus far it hasn't been the fastest. Have you got it fixed now, Terry?
Well, I think we're not too bad in happy hour, and we made some more changes on it today, so hopefully it's going to be a little bit better. One thing about it, we're back here with some real good cars, so, you know, hopefully we'll be okay and be able to work our way to the front.
Well, Terry, this racetrack lends itself to long green flag runs. Can you win from way back here?
Well, you know, it depends. I think you're probably going to have a couple of caution flags. It all depends on how your car's working. If it's working good, you can pass people. If it's not, then it's pretty tough to pass.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the Grinch and Terry Labonte today. Hopefully they can make their way to the front, Eli.
All right, guys, thank you very much. When we come back to Phoenix International Raceway, we'll relive some of our memories from this track, and we'll have the silly season scorecard. All of that right around the corner.
Now on PlayStation 2, EA Sports, it's in the game.
Rated E for everyone.
Brains, guts, heart.
We get them checked by a doctor regularly. Shouldn't you?
Hi, I'm Bobby Labonte.
Rusty Wallace.
And I'm Mark Martin. And we've teamed up with Pfizer to promote men's health.
Guys, you got to take care of your cardiovascular health, your mental health, and even your sexual health.
So get to your doctor or get a free health screening at a race this season. And fellas, tune up for life.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
Hey, we gotta talk. That stuff only protects my vital parts for about 30,000 miles. And then what happens? You gotta change it. Make it easy on yourself. Give me Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. It protects my sensitive parts for 5 years or 150,000 miles. That's 5 times longer than most of those conventional coolants. Now, let's talk oil. Hey!
Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. Add more life to your car.
Craving more taste? More variety? All you need is 99 cents. Check out the new 99-cent BK Cravers menu with 8 items, including our Bullseye Barbecue Deluxe, Chicken Tender Sandwich, and tasty mozzarella sticks. Just 99 cents every day.
You know, the American Cancer Society says eating fruits and vegetables like Florida orange juice may help reduce the risk of some cancers. So you are the man.
And you are the sandwich. I'm glad we got that straight.
100% pure Florida orange juice. Squeeze more health into life.
Jay, I love your work.
For his 13th career Winston Cup victory, Davey Allison wins the Pyroil 500.
Rusty, what happened?
Battery problem. The battery shorted out, and they made me quit. I believe we got it right now. Thank you.
Bobby Hamilton is a first-time winner, and Petty Enterprises is heading back to victory lane for the first time since 1983.
Well, there's been a tremendous amount of things that have happened on TNN's live television telecast of the Winston Cup Series, and Dale Jarrett's been a big part of that, claiming quite a few checkered flags on our shows, Dale. Congratulations for all that. And one of those came right here. How difficult is it to win on this flat mile?
It's a tough racetrack. I mean, you've got 2 ends. You hear about Darlington being totally different. I think the same guy built this place because the 2 ends are totally different. And so you can't really compromise because you can't give up anything at either end. So you have to work really hard on the handling. Getting through the center of the corner and off the corner is the key here, and making that work all day. This racetrack tends to get a little bit slick, especially when the sun comes out, and all we had was cloudy conditions yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, but hopefully we can get our way to the front. We're a long way back here, but we know, you got a long time to get there. When we won our race here, we came from a lap down to do it, so we're not that bad off right now. We think that we can get to the front and win, and certainly want to thank TNN for everything that you've done for our sport and getting it to where it is. Everyone has just been great in working with the drivers, the crews, the sponsors, and we appreciate the effort that everyone's made.
Well, DJ, we appreciate it from you, and Eli, that's why he's a classy champion.
Indeed he is. We thank Dale Jarrett. Buddy Baker, let's talk about another element of this business that Dale Jarrett is not involved in, and that's silly season. A lot of drivers still don't know where they're going to be running next year, and certainly it's unnerving. You were involved in silly season, weren't you?
I think I invented it, quite frankly. I change racing teams pretty regularly, and on your way up, you're always looking for a little bit better car, and you would change race teams. Then all of a sudden, one day you hear, I heard I was going to get maybe replaced at the end of the year, and they said, well, we hadn't made up our mind, but if somebody talks to you, listen.
A great piece of advice. If you don't know who is going where next year, we've kind of prepared a bit of a scorecard for you to try and keep tabs on everything. Michael Waltrip is a key figure in silly season, leaving the Ultra Motorsports ride. He'll be joining Dale Earnhardt to drive a third entry out of the DEI operation, leaving the number 7 car open as of right now. Same for Morgan McClure's number 4 ride, because incumbent driver Bobby Hamilton is leaving that team. He'll be joining Andy Petrie Racing in the number 55 team. That ride is open because current driver Kenny Wallace is climbing from that car into the number 27 team of Eel River Racing. And Wallace's move means that Mike Bliss is looking for work for next year. A few significant drivers up from the Busch Series. Todd Bodine replaces Darrell Waltrip. Buckshot Jones joins Petty Enterprises. And young Casey Atwood will join veteran Bill Elliott in driving Dodges for Ray Evernham.
Now, I hope you viewers at home aren't as confused as I am right now. This shot, normally you see in the Aaron's Rent commercial, but it says Nation's Rent right here. Now, this is just Michael and Buffy Waltrip standing down here. We're talking about silly season. You were one of the first guys to sign one over to DEI, signed a massive, huge contract for $987 million. What are you going to do with all that money?
A lifetime contract, too, you might add. I'm just excited about my opportunity with Dale and the whole team over there. It's been fun getting to know them and becoming a part of that group. And so we're looking forward to 2001. Still got some unfinished business this year. We, you know, Nation's Rent and Klausner and Bostrom, all the people on the side of this little Chevrolet, they signed on for the year. So we want to concentrate and try to do the best we can for them until the season's over.
Well, best of luck to you today, Mike. Eli might have a tough time. He starts 42nd. And he's a little bit under the weather, some stomach problems, didn't sleep very well last night. Let's hope Mike has a better day.
He might well. We certainly wish him the best. Now, our video moments ago just touched on a few of the drivers making changes for next year. There you see a further list of who's going to be in what car, and clearly there are still some question marks to be changed into names, and that will happen over the course of the next number of weeks as this season winds its way down to a conclusion. You know, last weekend on our Busch Series telecast from Memphis, and again here yesterday, we commented on the youth that's in the NASCAR Busch Series. Well, in Winston Cup, it's really no different. Here's Steve.
22-year-old Ryan Newman is making his Winston Cup debut today, and it's been a quick trip to NASCAR's top division. The Indiana native got some attention last year, winning the USAC Silver Bullet Series Championship. He turned some heads in July, winning in just his second ARCA start, booting Bob Strait out of the way to grab the win. In 5 ARCA starts for Penske Motorsports, Newman has 3 wins. Ryan Newman starts behind Mark Martin and next to Bobby Labonte. Ryan, your goal, and are you nervous?
Our goal basically is just to finish on the lead lap. That'd be an awesome victory for us, and you know, to start around all these other talented drivers is just a feather in the cap today. We need to get all these laps in for Alltel and then keep the Ford up front.
Any nerves?
Not yet.
All right, good luck. Back upstairs.
Hey, folks, a quick reminder to better enjoy your coverage of today's race here at Phoenix. You might want to log on to TNNRacing.com. It's our exclusive free online webcast of today's race here at Phoenix International. You can ride along with our in-car cameras, including one in the car of Series Point leader Bobby Labonte. Or if you'd like, you can listen live to the radio talk between the crews and the drivers on our free fan scan feature. All of that coming up on TNNRacing.com. Log on right now. When we come back, Dick Berggren and the Dawn Patrol. Don't go away.
Guaranteed low prices at the Home Depot mean that you can be confident that you're going to walk into our store and find the best price in town.
We find a better price anywhere else, we'll beat that price. With no questions asked.
We will match it and then beat it. That's our guarantee, day in and day out.
Everybody says they got the lowest price.
Not only do we have the guaranteed low price, we also have the knowledgeable salespeople on the floor to help you.
We want to be the best price, the best customer service, the best quality product. We want to have the best of everything.
You would be out of your mind if you shop someplace else.
This year, over 400,000 aluminum radiators will corrode and fail. But Prestone Antifreeze bonds with aluminum, forming the Prestone Zone of Protection against corrosion. It's your car. Protected in the Prestone Zone.
Craving more taste? More variety? All you need is 99 cents. Check out the new 99-cent BK Cravers menu with 8 items, including our Bullseye Barbecue Deluxe, Chicken Tender Sandwich, and tasty jalapeno poppers. Just 99 cents every day.
Welcome back to Phoenix International Raceway, everybody. That is one of the best seats in the house. It's called Monument Hill. And even in this age of state-of-the-art racing facilities that seat some 200,000 folks in air-conditioned suites with catered meals, some folks still like sitting on their blankets or in an easy chair with their cooler alongside. Monument Hill here at Phoenix for $30. Kids 12 and under are in for free, is an option for those fans that like to do it the old-fashioned way, a little bit more traditional, with a great view from over turn 4. Eli?
And as Ralph says, it really is one of the very best seats in the house. We are coming up on noon here in the Mountain Time Zone, and because of the early start here, they opened the garage at 6 o'clock this morning. But Dick Berggren, he was there in time.
The question of the day, weather. Will it be sun or clouds? If sun, then the guys who put more grip in their race cars this morning, they're the guys who did it right. Want to pick a winner? Start right here at Rusty Wallace's car. He's on the pole with a new track record. Rusty has led more laps here at Phoenix than anybody else. Car is fast. Or how about the guy parked next to him? Tony Stewart won here last year as a Winston Cup freshman. But the team has struggled with the car. Tony starts 37th. Car not driving like he wants. So they've changed truck arms, 3 springs, track bar. Maybe today's winner will be Jeff Burton. He starts 2nd. Car was so fast in the last practice session, they just tuned it up this morning. Burton dominated, won the Busch race here yesterday. Or maybe today's winner will be the points leader, Bobby Labonte. Labonte showed up in the garage early this morning, told the team points don't matter. This car is fast enough to win. But maybe, just maybe, today we'll see a first-time winner at Phoenix. Johnny Benson, who has been so fast all year, has been wickedly fast in all of the practice sessions here at Phoenix. His crew chief, James Inn, said this morning this is one of the best race cars they've ever had. Oh, yeah, we could have a first-time winner, all right.
That is the Dawn Patrol with Dick Berggren. Drivers are getting set to go racing. We will make one more run through the pits as soon as we come back. Then the green flag from Phoenix.
Introducing the Polaris Sportsman 500 HO with a new high-output engine and 20% more power. The world's best-selling automatic ATV just got better.
Craving more taste? More variety? All you need is 99 cents. Check out the new 99-cent BK Cravers menu with 8 items including our Bullseye Barbecue Deluxe, chicken tender sandwich, and tasty mozzarella sticks. Just 99 cents every day.
You know, the American Cancer Society says eating fruits and vegetables like Florida orange juice may help reduce the risk of some cancers. So you are the man.
And you are the sandwich.
Glad we got that straight.
100% pure Florida orange juice. Squeeze more health into life.
Yesterday here at Phoenix, after the NASCAR Busch Series race, the Outback Steakhouse 200, the folks from Outback Steakhouse sponsored a big party for 500 race fans. Dale Jarrett and Tony Stewart were on hand signing autographs. A big thank you from everybody here to the folks at Outback for hosting all of us here yesterday. Quickly through pit road one more time, Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Eli. This is our final pre-race show ever on TNN, at least for the time being. I just want to take this opportunity to say I've had a lot of fun, made a lot of friends. Thanks to TNN, and thank you especially to the fans. Here's Steve Burns.
Hey, thanks, Glenn. I'd like to echo those sentiments. And also just talk to Tony Stewart's team. They said they were actually pretty good in happy hour, and they haven't made many changes this morning. They start 37th, but they like your car.
We'd also like to thank all the drivers, crews, and fans for inviting us into their tracks and into their haulers and into their homes. And also, it's going to be a key today is this sun here in the Valley of the Sun. This is the first time the sun shined as brightly as it is here today, Eli. Crew chiefs are already going over their notes, trying to figure out what adjustments they're going to have to make to their cars.
A lot of stories to tell you about. We will have them all when our coverage from Phoenix continues right after this.
There's a lot of contact in racing.
Oh, there's Mickey.
It's hard to say. I'm pretty good at it.
It is such a rush.
It's competitive.
And guys think that, you know, girls don't like rushes, but we do.
Yeah, it's more of a guy sport.
I was first the whole time.
You know, you give them some hard competition, let them know that you're there.
Give them a little shove.
She's bumping! I think girls get a good kick out of racing.
When you do beat them, you're like, how guys like that type of stuff. Yeah. I'd like to be a professional NASCAR racer someday.
This is you. This is us.
a new way to buy insurance. We let you buy insurance direct. You save money. Here's how. Simply pick up the phone and call this number for Coverna Direct. We can save you up to 50%. That's big. Coverna Direct is part of the 4th largest insurance group in the country, and we have a wide range of great policies to choose from. Call us toll-free, and we'll help you figure out what you need. Say, life insurance. How much will you pay? As little as $10 a month. Plus, we have a 60-day guarantee. If you're approved for the same coverage elsewhere for less, we'll refund your money. If you're looking for insurance, call Coverna Direct first for an instant quote to see how much you can save, or do everything online at covernadirect.com. Call this toll-free number now and save. You'll love it. Coverna Direct.
The following is a special presentation of TNN Sports. It has always been about the faces, about the heart, about the soul. For 10 years, we at TNN have been fortunate enough to be invited into your living rooms to share a few very precious moments.
Hello, everybody. I'm proud to be part of this great effort as we work to make the Nashville Network NASCAR's country home. Davey Allison will win the AC Delco 500.
I'm telling you, I just can't believe it. Finally.
It'll be the finish everybody was waiting for. They crashed past the finish line. They have crashed into turn number 1.
Rusty, what happened?
I had a battery problem. The battery shorted out.
Well, they got the Goodies Headache Award. They ought to have the Rubber Head of the Race Award. I give it to Rusty Wallace. That's my vote. I don't know about the rest of these guys that are sitting here tore up in the garage.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Here comes Mass right to the bumper, slides it sideways, and Earnhardt holds him off.
I got to dedicate this to Neil Bonnet. He's been in my heart ever since we lost him.
Ward Burton scores his first Winston Cup win.
Oh, God, what a hit. Oh, man, Michael Walter.
They'll come off turn 4 for all the money. Kyle Petty wins it.
Now, that'll loosen. Whoa!
Yes, that'll loosen you. Hamilton to the wall. Bobby Hamilton is the first-time winner.
Tell him in here, wherever he is, I want him here. Vote for him.
Whoa, and here goes Michael Waltrip for the lead. We've got a new first-time winner in NASCAR Winston Cup Racing, Jeremy Mayfield.
I'm trying to wake up. I think I'm still dreaming.
They didn't put quite enough dirt on me. Kicked it off and crawled back out.
Jeff Gordon is broken on the right flat track. Glad you're with us on TNN Motorsports. Enjoy the evening. Here we go. And the celebration and the fireworks begin. Joe Nemechek is a first-time winner in NASCAR Winston Cup Racing.
I got to thank God. He is watching over me. I got to thank my brother. We missed him a lot. He was watching over me. That Polish victory lap was for him.
He's about to come out of the way. Earnhardt goes high. Mayfield is going to win here at Pocono. The next generation of NASCAR superstars. And now here's the big man himself, Dale Sr. Giving the hug to his son. What a great moment. Through the years, the logos have changed. But beneath the glitzy skin, a racer's heart has always beat. With these 3 proud letters, we begin each show sharing your anticipation of just one more great moment. We are together again in pursuit of one more great moment. Today, Phoenix International Raceway, hosting the NASCAR Winston Cup teams, the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 is live in our final NASCAR telecast here on TNN Sports. Can Bobby Labonte begin to nail that championship down? He'd go a long way with a win here today with Dale Earnhardt, 201 markers behind. Everybody is set to chase that championship. Let's go down trackside.
Well, then let's go, gentlemen. Start
your engines! On a spectacular day here in the Valley of the Sun, we welcome you to Phoenix International Raceway. Hi, everybody. I'm Eli Gold. Welcome to TNN's final broadcast of NASCAR Winston Cup competition. After 10 years, we've got lots of highlights to show you, but hopefully some new highlights to be generated today. And you know, over these 10 years, we've always talked about the cars and the drivers, Buddy Baker, as being the stars of the show. I have a feeling this racetrack might be the star here today.
It has always been a star of its own. The drivers, of course, are stars, but this racetrack is so different, so hard to get around. 11-degree corners in 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway, you have a dog leg there. Right against the bottom and then shoot out towards the wall into turn 3. Only 9 degrees, basically flat. Through there, very tight corner. Sweep out down the front straightaway. Probably the most narrow front straightaway in all of racing. Barely enough room for 3 cars. The driver never gets to rest.
Now, you might automatically think that you'd want to start up front to win any race in any series. But Dick Berggren, statistically, at least here at Phoenix, that's not the case.
Oh, boy, don't be confused and assume that this starting field order will have anything to do with the way they will finish today, because if history repeats itself, it won't. Last year, 7 of the top 10 finishers wound up better than they started. In 98 and 97, 9 of the top 10 finishers wound up better than they started. Race has never been won from the front row. It has been won from 29th, 21st, and 19th.
Now, folks, 10 years ago, when TNN first brought you a NASCAR race, the very first face you saw on the screen was the face of a magnificently talented broadcaster, Steve Evans, who regretfully passed away this week.
Hello, everyone. I'm Steve Evans, and what we have here right now is 5 announcers, including yours truly, with brand new TNN threads and nowhere to go.
From sports cars to NASCAR, from the world of Outlaws to his beloved drag racing, the motorsports world has lost a valuable treasure. Steve Evans, gone but not forgotten.
If you ever plan to motor west, take the highway that's the best. From Chicago to L.A., 2,000 miles all the way. Hear your kids on Route 66.
Route 66 has so many outfits to put together. Just because you're out of gas doesn't mean you'll be out of style.
On Route 66.
Route 66 jeans and clothes. Available at Big Kmart.
Hey, we gotta talk. That stuff only protects my vital parts for about 30,000 miles. And then what happens? You gotta change it. Make it easy on yourself. Give me Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. It protects my sensitive parts for 5 years or 150,000 miles. That's 5 times longer than most of those conventional coolants. Now, let's talk oil.
Hey, Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. Add more life to your car.
This is the Firebird Trans Am. And it's very hungry. The muscle car lives. Firebird Trans Am by Pontiac.
Nice-looking jacket.
Special edition.
Leather.
Name your price, man.
Your hat.
Some people will give anything, hey Jack, to own the special edition NASCAR 2000 jacket. But it's yours for just $169 when you buy any Exide Select battery. And you'll be helping the kids at Duke Children's Hospital.
Hey, Jack. Where's your hat?
Look for details wherever Exide Select is sold.
Nice hat.
TNN Sports live coverage of the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 is being brought to you by Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. Add more life to your car. By the White Track Grand Prix by Pontiac. Wider is better. And by Exide NASCAR Select, the official automotive battery of NASCAR. Welcome back to Phoenix International. Let's check out the starting lineup, sponsored by Big Kmart, where NASCAR fans race for savings. Rusty Wallace, Jeff Burton. It's a veteran front row. Some interesting names on row 2. We take a look at who's qualified where. Bobby Labonte and Ryan Newman. Newman under the tutelage of one L.Z. Wiley Baker Jr. Buddy, you've done good with the young man.
Well, he's got a great team there, and a lot of young guys, but he has the biggest force there with Rusty Wallace and Don Miller, and, of course, Roger Benson.
There you see Rick Mast. His plans are not quite clear for next year. Andy Houston going racing for a Rookie of the Year title in a season's time. And on through the drivers who have gotten in on their provisional starting spots. Everybody from Terry Labonte on back in on a provisional start. Field is coming to the green. 312 miles, 312 laps equals the 500 kilometers. That makes up today's race. We're putting a capper on it here on TNN. Glad you're sharing the day with us. The back straightaway is flat. There's that little dog leg. And then turns 3 and 4, back 9 degrees.
Eli, the one thing you can already see is the outside groove is just as good as right down on the bottom of the racetrack. Jeff Burton right now able to manage to take the lead as he comes by on that lap over Rusty Wallace, who's running what we call the preferred line around the bottom part of the racetrack.
Last year was the first $2 million purse here at Phoenix. Today, the first $3 million purse. They got a lot of money to race for.
Robert Presley moving in there, Eli. That 77 car very, very fast at the early part of this race.
Running in third there.
He has got so much confidence in that race car and in his team. He said, finally, I've got it all together and I can race the way I want. And Robert Presley wants to race hard. He's showing that early today.
Riding with Robert.
That's a little dog leg. As they approach turn 3, you can see not much banking at all. You'll see the left side of the car actually below the yellow line there, which is actually what we call the apron of the racetrack, but they use that getting in the corners here.
Then the snarling pack of traffic behind them.
Well, it's all jammed up in the back of the pack.
Riding with Ricky Rudd. Meanwhile, moments ago, the battle for 4th place between Steve Park and Johnny Benson. Watch the tape on the lower right.
Oh, Park just comes out. You can see him lose the back end just a little bit. He had to chase it up the hill. He got into Johnny Benson just a little bit.
You see a lot of that go on the flat tracks, including Phoenix International. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and that red number 8. He's in 15th.
Named by People magazine this week as one of the sexiest men alive. And you ought to hear the crowd go nuts when he went out for his time trial. Walking down pit road with his hat on backwards, they about went crazy.
He was lucky that I turned down my nomination to make room for him.
No comment there. Riding with Ricky Rudd down the front straightaway. Look how narrow the front straightaway is there. Barely room enough for 3 cars to fit in there to the inside wall.
16th spot, Ward Burton in the 22, Ricky Rudd in the 28.
Ricky Rudd, a past winner here. Remind you, he has not won since 1998. And everybody thought he was going to win in year 2000, maybe today.
Ward Burton, who along with Mike Skinner, by the way, have never posted top 10 finishes here. Both have high hopes of doing so this afternoon. Inside of the 0-2, Ryan Newman.
obvious that Bobby Labonte's not out there points racing. He's trying to win the race.
And again, Bobby, with whom we're riding now, clinches the championship by finishing 14th or better in the 3 remaining races here, Homestead, Florida, and Atlanta, Georgia.
I would say he wouldn't want to look in the mirror and see Jimmy Spencer there very long.
Look at Jimmy, he didn't want to see the wall. Yeah, he didn't want to see the 55 either. That got all mixed up there for a moment.
Ralph Shaheen's downstairs.
Eli, Bobby Labonte and Tony Stewart have a private channel on their radios that they can talk to each other during the race, and just a crew can listen in. Bobby said, Tony, I'm going to wait for you up here. This was just before the start of the race. You've got more laps here than I do. Tony said, don't waste your time. I'll get there when I do. You go out and try to lock up this championship.
Meanwhile, up front, the battle for the lead still between Rusty Wallace and the 2, Jeff Burton in the 99.
And just behind them, Steve Park took over third right now, and he is really running as fast as the leaders every lap around here. But closing in on the 2 cars running up there. There is a draft even on a mile racetrack down the straightaway.
Look at this. Here comes Burton.
He led lap number 2. He'll reassume the lead at lap number 11. So Rusty leads from 3 to 10. And Jeff Burton, along with Rusty Wallace, trying to check out on the field just a bit here. Of course, Jeff Burton did just that yesterday in the NASCAR Busch Series race that you saw here on TNN.
Robert Presley's beginning to push the nose out on the car in the center part of the corner. You see Johnny Benson now closing in on him. And just behind him, Schrader in the 36 car, the yellow one just back there. They're running a little bit faster than Presley. He's having a handling problem now.
But, Steve, it's great to see Presley doing this well.
Absolutely, Eli. And a moment ago, Dick Berggren talked about how confident Robert Presley is. Robert told me he gives all the credit to his crew chief, Brian Pemberton. He says it's the first crew chief he's ever had in racing that he's trust beyond a shadow of a doubt. He says he doesn't even ask about the setup of the race car until they get to the track. They practice one time, and then they go from there.
Robert Presley right now running in the 4th position. The 10 is Benson trying to challenge him for position.
And while they're fighting with each other, Bobby Labonte has moved up another spot. He's moved in the 7th, just behind this front.
And then the 36, that yellow car of Kenny Schrader, who, as you mentioned on the pre-race show, is the most successful driver here at Phoenix, with statistics that are unparalleled. We'll talk more about them as our afternoon continues. But right now, the front 3 have pulled away by 2.5 seconds from 4th place on back. As we continue from Phoenix after this.
You say you love Winston Cup racing? Well, you don't know how much fun you're missing unless you're playing Fantasy Cup Auto Racing. You can build your team, trade your drivers, and win even more money. More than $1 million in cash and prizes. And the best part, it only takes 10 minutes a week to play. Call us now at 1-800-877-RACE for your free rule book. Or play my free challenge online at fantasycup.com. Fantasy Cup Auto Racing. The best just got better.
Introducing the Polaris Sportsman 500 HO with a new high-output engine and 20% more power. The world's best-selling automatic ATV just got better.
Briefcase.
Need new tires? Our 70,000-mile Futuras are 4 for $169. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
Hey, did you get them brakes at Pep Boys?
Yeah, I did.
I appreciate it.
Now get up to $40 back on premium Revestis brake service. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
5.8, 5.7, 6.0.
Mounds and Almond Joy, because everybody needs a 5-minute vacation.
Craving more taste? More variety? All you need is 99 cents. Check out the new 99-cent BK Cravers menu with 8 items, including our Bullseye Barbecue Deluxe, Chicken Tender Sandwich, and tasty jalapeno poppers. Just 99 cents every day.
WWF is definitely top.
It's a great thing. It's a good product. It's a lot of fun.
Kids just go crazy over that. My little brother loves it.
WWF on CNN.
It's a form of entertainment that's huge, and that pop.
Totally pop. My first time, and I'm having a blast. Off.
CNN.
We got pop.
The leader is still Jeff Burton, and by the way, folks, you've still got some room for you online. You can log on to TNNRacing.com right now for our exclusive free online webcast of the Winston Cup race here at Phoenix. You can ride along with all of our onboard cameras, including the ones that ride with Bobby Labonte, our points leader, or you can listen live to the radio talk between the crews and the drivers on our free fan scan feature. That is TNNRacing.com. I want to log on right now and join us here in the Valley of the Sun. By 1 full second, Jeff Burton leads. Rusty Wallace is second. Steve Park third. Further back, though, there you see Brett Bodine working with Ryan Newman, 21st and 22nd spot. Meanwhile, we saw a lap ago this contact.
Well, you'll feel a lot of that today. That goes along with, wow, that's a little more in casual contact.
He didn't just hit him once, he got him twice.
I would Wally Dolan back in the 75. He got into Ryan Newman just a little bit coming off the corner there.
Dale Jarrett, meanwhile, there he is, front and center. Started 36th. He's up to 31st right now, with Tony Stewart there in the 20 right behind him. They've got a long way to go, but as opposed to the song, they have plenty of time to get there. We're only at lap 23 of 312.
And there goes Tony Stewart on the bottom. Got him.
And remember, Tony Stewart, as we showed you on the pre-race, has won here in everything. USAC midgets, USAC Silver Crown cars, the IRL, super modifieds. Of course, has run here very competitively with the win in NASCAR Winston Cup.
You know, one thing they have to watch here at this racetrack, because of the long straightaways here, you use a lot of brake getting in the corner. And I heard several drivers yesterday in the garage area tell me they were having brake pain.
And one that just talked in his radio about it is Jeff Burton, the leader of this race. They are, buddy, concerned about brakes here. You really use your brakes going into turn one in particular.
Now, we saw Dale Earnhardt moments ago, who's running in and around Dale Jarrett. There's Dale right up behind the car. Earnhardt really hasn't moved at all here, starting 31st. He's now at 29th, just a couple of spots. Conversely, Bobby Labonte started 9th, and he has moved up to 4th. And obviously, we zero in on those fellas because of their point situation. Labonte number 1 and Earnhardt number 2 in points. Only 4 times has the winner here come from a top 10 starting spot. So regardless of where you're starting, as we talked about earlier, doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot. There's Darrell Waltrip. He's in 32nd spot in car 66. Last visit for him here, Steve Burns.
Yeah, Buddy Baker said the other day, Eli, that Darrell Waltrip has done it all. Look at this beautiful trophy that was presented to Darrell by a fan here. The inscription says, "May this award represent our thanks for all the great memories and tell you that we, the fans, love you and wish you, Stevie, Jessica, and Sarah nothing but the best. We will miss you." Haley James Sisson is the fan. It is a beautiful trophy.
807 starts as of today for Darrell Waltrip, 84 wins, 59 poles, 3 championships, 3 times driver of the year, the 1989 Daytona 500 winner. Perhaps more important than all of that, he has brought personality to this sport, and we will all miss him. At least behind the wheel, we're sure going to hear a lot of him next year, and I am sure of that.
Still watching Dale Jarrett, Dale Earnhardt, Ryan Newman. They're back in 30th, 31st positions. Up front, meanwhile, Jeff Burton by 1 6/10 seconds has not missed a beat from yesterday's Busch Series race. He's picking up today where he left off yesterday.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
We are here today working alongside Habitat for Humanity. You start with something that's just a slab of ground, and you help build a dream alongside the people that live in this home. We have NASCAR involved, we have Joe Gibbs involved, we have Tony Stewart involved.
We got some cheap manual labor here.
We try to reach out to the community, really become part of the community, and we're here to really make a difference and to say thank you to the community. The keys to the home, and
thank you.
You're very welcome.
TNN looks at NASCAR 2000 and the role of the manufacturer. Years ago, car manufacturers were the only sponsors in NASCAR racing. The big automakers hired factory drivers and funded factory teams. Today, the role of the manufacturer has changed. Ford, Chevy, and Pontiac channel the majority of their efforts into research, leaving individual race teams to develop new chassis. Both Ford and Chevy have a new body style for 2000.
The biggest thing on a body change, you can't wait till the checkered flag flies to Atlanta to work on a body change. The teams can't wait that long, and the manufacturers certainly can't wait that long.
The new Monte Carlos and Tauruses have been more than 2 years in the making. Next year, the new Dodge Intrepid will make its debut with Ray Evernham at the helm. For more, log on to country.com, your personal source for all things country.
Jeff Burton going just...
Jeff Burton has enjoyed success throughout his racing career. He has 10 victories on the NASCAR Busch Series. He has won 12 times in Winston Cup. He has won in the desert. He's won in the rain. He's picked up an Bull Million a couple of times, including this year's win in Las Vegas. Jeff Burton, he's currently leading here at Phoenix International Raceway.
Leading, putting it mildly right now. He's putting some pretty good cars a lap down, and it's just a few 34 laps into the event right now, so he's mowing them down, and you can see the car is flawless in the corner.
He's going by the 21 of Elliott Sadler. He has already passed Andy Houston in the number 96 car to put him a lap down. You know who else is running awfully well at this stage of the afternoon? That man right there, Jimmy Spencer.
Oh, we got the spinner coming off the corner there.
Problems off the corner. That's Scott Pruitt. And caution is on the speedway. Caution is on the speedway. Scott Pruitt spins lap number 36. And the tide ride brings out caution number 1 of the afternoon. This is a racetrack that over the years has not had a ton of caution flags. Only 2 last year. It's just a flat track that lends itself, as the guys were talking earlier today, to lengthy green flag stretches.
Eli, you're exactly right. There were some great cars like Terry Labonte and so many of the good race cars that are tied up in traffic. And, you know, when you start out in a race here, track position is so very important. It's not that they can't run fast. They're just tied up where they can't run like the leaders when they have the fresh track out in front of them.
Now at lap 37, here come the leaders to make their pit stops. Jeff Burton, Rusty Wallace, Steve Park, Bobby Labonte, and Johnny Benson in that order. Let's go to Steve Burns.
And Dale Earnhardt has the first pit stop coming out of turn 4, Eli. He's been talking about the car being loose in the center, loose in the entry, and loose at the exit. They want to take a spring rubber out of the right rear. Let's go to Ralph.
They're going to make some chassis adjustments to the 99. 1 round of wedge and 4 tires. As Mark Armstrong and Todd Foster go to work changing tires, but he's away.
And Rusty Wallace is in down here. He's been fighting a loose condition. He has a great pit stop, but Jeremy Mayfield beats everybody out. Rusty comes out second, followed by Jeff Burton, Steve Park, and Bobby Labonte. Jeremy Mayfield, who started 25th, has moved up to to 10th on the racetrack and then gets out with that lightning fast pit stop.
Eli and Rockingham, they had great pit stops all day long. This crew has really been working on that particular part of their game, and they've got it down where Jeremy comes in, always picks up a few spots in the pit.
Now, the reason we are under caution is because of this incident off of turns 3 and 4.
Just light contact there between Pruitt and Michael Waltrip, and he tries to stay off Michael Waltrip, and the back comes around. You can see Ryan Newman on the outside there. Michael comes down, and right there they make just a little bit of contact.
Just ahead of your race leader, Jeff Burton. You saw him going by there in the 99. Watch it again.
3 wide is not advisable here at Phoenix, not in Winston Cup stock cars anyway.
So caution number 1, lap number 36, the yellow flies here in the desert Southwest. Folks, you are very welcome. We're back in a moment.
Keep your ride safe and ready with WrenchHead.com's Get Tuned Up Fall Sales Event. It's National Car Care Month, and we have over 40 brands of parts and accessories on sale, plus cool gifts with every $150 purchase. The Get Tuned Up Fall Sales Event ends November 7th, so log on to WrenchHead.com now. WrenchHead.com. Are you a wrench head?
Hey, we gotta talk. That stuff only protects my vital parts for about 30,000 miles. And then what happens? You gotta change it. Make it easy on yourself. Give me Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. It protects my sensitive parts for 5 years or 150,000 miles. That's 5 times longer than most of those conventional coolants. Now, let's talk oil.
Hey! Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. Add more life to your car.
In this unstable world we live in, it's nice to know some things are reliable and secure. Balker Motors, family-owned and operated for over 76 years. Balker Motors, over 29 Chrysler 5-star awards for excellence. Balker Motors, selling Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge cars and trucks. Balker Motors, 4 miles south of Spring Grove, on the hill in Jefferson. Balker Motors, where people are very important.
Nobody, but nobody beats a best deal. Best Automotive gives you a GM Quick Lube Plus oil change in 29 minutes or it's free. We provide quick, courteous service with more than 140 combined years of GM Goodwrench Service Plus. So for the fastest oil change around, come to Best Automotive.
At Phoenix International Raceway from high overhead. We're about a half lap away from going back to green. Told you Jeff Burton was nearly caught up in that spin moments ago. Watch what he saw with his onboard camera. Going into turn 3. Watch this. How do you just not collect the guy in front of you?
Well, experience is exactly right, and he didn't jump on the brake. Had he jumped on the brake, he would have spun also.
Get another onboard view as we are set to go back to green here at Phoenix International. Jeremy Mayfield is the race leader. Over Rusty Wallace, Jeff Burton, Steve Park, and Bobby Labonte.
This is the first time Jeremy Mayfield has ever led a lap at Phoenix International Raceway. Never finished on the lead lap. Hopes to do better than that today. Operating today without his crew chief, Peter Suspenzo. 2 deaths in Peter's family, a grandmother and an uncle, one right after another. Steve Lane in charge. Peter, you have our sympathy. We wish you well.
Definitely so. There you see the pit summary. Of course, you add to that the fact that Jeff Gordon moved from 24th to 15th on the racetrack, then pitted, and he's now running in 11th spot. Meanwhile, Ryan Newman had a tough pit stop. Hello, Newman. Hello, Glenn Jarrett. I was too busy laughing, Eli. Yeah, they did have a tough time. One of the things was the car was shoving the nose, pushing really, really badly, and they had to make a lot of adjustments, a lot of chassis adjustments on the car. And bear in mind, this is a pretty new crew, so things didn't gel or come together just quite like they wanted. But they think they got the car freed up some now, so hopefully Ryan can make up some of those positions he lost. He fell all the way back to 37th on the restart. He's driving the car that Rusty Wallace drove out here a year ago. He tested here and turned laps quick enough to have earned a top 10 starting spot in last year's race. And, of course, backs it up with that great qualifying effort here for today. There's third place battle. Meanwhile, there's a problem on Jeff Burton. Ralph, what's the story?
He lost the ignition box, Eli, in the number 99, so they were scrambling. He cut to the bottom of the racetrack while he flipped the other switch inside the car to get the other ignition box fired up. He's got it going now and is trying to regain the lost momentum.
Meanwhile, momentum lost for Jeremy Mayfield. Rusty Wallace swings by him to grab the lead at lap number 45.
Nice to have team cars. All you have to do is say, I believe. He told me up a little bit, and they told Jeremy to let him see if they could run a little bit get better and try to get away from third. Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming down pit road. He's having a problem early in the race here.
This an unscheduled stop at lap number 46. So Dale Jr. is in at lap number 46 for an unscheduled stop.
That's third and fourth right there that we're looking at.
Then the time car threw it a lap down.
And he hung in there on the outside for several laps, Pruitt did, and was really giving the other guys a fit out there.
Work completed on Dale Earnhardt Jr. While we watch the on-track action, Jr. pulls back onto the speedway, but he falls to 43rd position right now, 2 laps down. So a costly stop. Meanwhile, up front, Rusty Wallace continuing to pace the field, has 1 win here, 5 top 5s, 3 pole positions.
Eli, first and second right now are 1 mile an hour on that last lap slower than Jeff Burton and Steve Park, who are running third and fourth right now. So they are closing in at a rapid pace.
Well, Rusty Wallace has led a lot of laps here, led a lot of races here. Today is the 9th time he's led here, and he should have won a lot more of these things than just one. He's had just all kinds of problems with his car. As we take a look now at Jeff Gordon working his way through the field, he is in 9th spot.
And the car is able to go anywhere he wants to. See, right on the yellow line around the third and fourth turn, Jeff Gordon right now moving towards the front.
Has led only 3 of his 7 starts here, however. This has not statistically been one of Jeff Gordon's best racetracks.
And you think it would be, because he ran a bunch of open wheel stuff here. He won a Silver Crown race here. Last year he won the Busch Grand National race here. You think this would be a terrific track, but it is just one of 3 tracks on the Winston Cup circuit on which Jeff Gordon has not yet won.
And it's the only track that he has run on every year since his rookie season that he has not yet won on, because those other tracks, Las Vegas and Texas, of course, came onto the circuit during his tenure as a Winston Cup driver. So this is the only track that's been around since Jeff Gordon's first year on the tour at which he has failed to win. There's Ricky Rudd in the 28. He's in 12th spot right now, having grabbed the position away from Ricky Craven in the 50.
And we'd remind you that his team owner, Robert Gates, has won here 3 times. Twice with Davey Allison, once with Dale Jarrett, and Ricky has won here as well. 1995, led 63 laps on the way to victory. Trouble in turn 1, Bobby Hamilton in the wall.
Also involved Matt Kenseth in the 17. He's down in the grass on the inside there.
So caution on lap number 52. There is Bobby Hamilton with less than a Kodak moment for his afternoon. And Matt Kenseth also involved here in turns 1 and 2 of the Phoenix International Raceway. So pit road is closed right now as NASCAR will gather the field up and wait for everybody to be corralled and brought back around.
This is kind of a picture of Bobby Hamilton's whole year. 11 out of the 31 races, 20th or worse. He had 10 DNFs coming into today. He is ready for this season to end.
Meanwhile, Matt Kenseth, the other car involved, making his first Winston Cup start here. He has one Busch Series start last year when he started 6th and finished 8th. He also had one start in the NASCAR Featherlight Southwest Tour. But this is not going to be the day he was hoping for. We'll see if we can zero in on turn 1 and see exactly what happened.
Boy, he just got up on the high side and off he went. Kenseth right with him.
Kenseth goes straight in the wall there. It was like some fluid was on the racetrack, and Kenseth just got in it and went straight up into the wall there.
They were running 17th and 18th at the time.
And I did notice the 4-car, it was spewing water as he got stopped there, so something happened to the power plant on that car because it was running very hot up against the wall there. It was spewing water out of the overflow.
So the second caution of the day, Bobby Hamilton and Matt Kenseth heading to the infield care center. See both drivers are okay. You also saw the crews scurrying to the garage. The Dick Beatty Garage, as it is named here, named after the longtime NASCAR Winston Cup Series director. And those crews hope to be able to get their drivers back in if at all possible.
Eli, they have a vehicle down there picking up the 17 of Matt Kenseth, so they're keeping pit road closed right at the moment.
Of course, in the NASCAR Winston Cup Rookie of the Year battle, there you see the differential coming in. The Ray Bestis battle had a 28-point spread between Kenseth and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Dave Blaney, Stacy Compton, who failed to qualify today, Scott Pruitt and Mike Bliss. And look at that, you've got Compton 94 behind. You have Pruitt 95 behind. And Bliss 96 points behind. A very, very competitive Ray Bestis Rookie of the Year battle.
And Earnhardt Jr. already having problems also, making an early pit stop a while ago, so wow.
Let's see if we can learn something from Rick Mast's onboard camera on the Conseco machine. No, too far back.
Yeah, he just seemed to snap right there, Eli.
Yeah.
It's a little reminiscent of what happened here on Friday. There was a Southwest Series race here. Boy, Kenny Schrader just, boom, into the wall incredibly hard and took about half the field with him. Pit road still closed.
Pit road still closed. That's the official waving the red flag. So while the teams continue to turn a few laps under the yellow, we're going to break away and take care of some business. Back in a moment.
Well, it's nice to see you all. It really, really is. Isn't it, honey?
Oh, yes. We must do this more often.
Thanks for coming.
Where will you find the money to pay for long-term care? Conseco long-term care insurance protects you so you don't lose your nest egg. Conseco, step up.
Volunteers, we all have regular jobs. We can be coming from anywhere. We get a call, we need to get to a fire right now. Things that are going through our mind are the hazards we might face so that when we get on scene, we're ready to act. We need a truck that can handle anything we throw at it. 4 full-size doors gets us in and out quickly. There's 6 people in the cab, and there's a ton of room for cargo. Great truck.
Back at Phoenix, they have opened pit road. The immediate group of leaders you see have stayed on the racetrack, but others have elected to come in. Dave Blaney, Kevin LePage is in. Skinner and Sterling Marlin. Rick Mast will pit. John Andretti and Bill Elliott. You see Matt Kenseth's car being taken back towards the garage area. Dale Earnhardt is in. Terry Labonte makes a stop. So does Jerry Nadeau. So some elect to make a pit stop. Others elect to stay on the racetrack.
Eli, the guys in the back of the field back there have nothing to lose. They can come in, get fresh tires. They're much quicker on fresh tires, maybe 2-3 tenths a lap around the racetrack. So they come in. But these guys up front don't want to give up track position.
We told you a little while ago that Dale Earnhardt Jr. had made that unscheduled pit stop, lost a couple of laps at lap 46. Ralph, what was the story there?
Well, Eli, obviously all these tires look the same, so the crews marked them as to which one should go on the rights and the lefts. For example, this is right front, this says left rear, but sometimes even that's not enough. And unfortunately for Dale Earnhardt Jr., that was a problem. One of the left side tires was mounted on the right. To him, because the tires have different air pressures in them, it felt like a flat tire.
Man, strange business sometimes. And here comes Junior back in the Budweiser Chevrolet. This will be lap number 57, on which he makes yet another pit stop. Let's see what the crew does right here. Well, looks routine.
Well, at this time, Eli, they're trying to regroup a little bit. Needless to say, after that last situation, crew chief Tony Uri was anything but pleased with the performance of the crew at that point in time. So now they're going to work to get Dale right where they want him, back in position with the setup on the car, the way they were hoping. Now, Tony Uri Jr., his son, has crawled up underneath the left front of the car. So there's some work going on up in there. Looks like he is looking at the suspension area of the car, and maybe it's a little brake work. It looks like he is now working on the brakes up inside of the car. We'll find out more about this. We'll get back to you with it.
So,
he's
Tony,
looking at the spring rubber, Eli. That's what it was. The spring rubber just came flying out.
All right, thank you, Ralph. Tony Uri looking on, talking on the radio to Dale Earnhardt Jr. If you're a fan of Elliott Sadler, he was found to be going too fast exiting the pit lane. He will have to restart at the tail end of the longest line of traffic. So having lost a lap early in the day, he is now being penalized on this ensuing restart. We are under caution here at Phoenix. Caution for the second time in the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500.
Hey, we gotta talk. That stuff only protects my vital parts for about 30,000 miles. And then what happens? You gotta change it. Make it easy on yourself. Give me Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. It protects my sensitive parts for 5 years or 150,000 miles. That's 5 times longer than most of those conventional coolants. Now, let's talk oil.
Hey! Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. Add more life to your car.
On Saturday, it snowed so much I built a snowman. But my mom and dad were worried because our furnace broke and the cold shouldn't be inside. And then a nice man called Brian came in a big truck and gave us a new furnace, even though it was Saturday. And then nobody worried anymore because the cold wasn't inside anymore. Then we drank hot chocolate with little marshmallows.
You can call Bryant to the rescue 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Guys, getting real loose on me. Dusty, hit that slab.
Hit next lap?
Hit that slab.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. What's going on, guys? Stay out or pit. Pit. No pit.
Pit.
Pit. No pit. No, baby. Pit. Don't pit.
From the driver's seat to the pits, to anywhere NASCAR fans might be, Motorola technology is bringing the action closer to everyone.
No pit over.
Guts. Heart.
We get them checked by a doctor regularly. Shouldn't you?
Hi, I'm Bobby Labonte.
Rusty Wallace. And I'm Mark Martin. And we've teamed up with Pfizer to promote men's health.
Guys, you got to take care of your cardiovascular health, your mental health, and even your sexual health.
So get to your doctor, or get a free health screening at a race this season. And fellas, tune up for life.
We are from Colombia, West. The show in Colombia, it was in Spanish. It changed a lot of what the Duke of has to say in the actual show.
The translation always loses part of the jokes and part of the real conversation between the people.
Perdóneme, Bo. Parece que yo no he entendido muy bien. Pues eso no quiere decir que yo debo dar el primer puñalazo. Perdón.
I think it's better to see the show in English, but, well, we only had it in Spanish, so it was the only thing we could see.
Back under green here at Phoenix International Raceway. Rusty Wallace took the lead at lap 45. We are now at lap 61. His teammate Jeremy Mayfield is second, and the 99 of Jeff Burton third. You've then got the lapped car of Scott Pruitt, the 32 there in that mix. There you see the Tide ride before you get back to Steve Park. You can see exactly where all your favorites are going there with the NASCAR timing and scoring insert in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Sponsored by Napa. Why do you need genuine Napa replacement parts? Because some things just can't be replaced.
Pruitt's running incredibly well in that 32 car. If he was only on the lead lap, he'd be all set, wouldn't he? He'd be having one of his best days.
Is that the most frustrating thing, buddy, when you lose a lap in the first handful and you're running with the leaders all day?
It is, and that's where you can make the biggest mistakes, too, because you want to make that lap up, and you run in there, and the lead car is trying to take that preferred line in the corner. You bump into him, and then you have an enemy for the rest of the year.
Battle right there from fourth on back. Meanwhile, in the garage, Steve Burns is caught up with Matt Kenseth.
Well, Matt, what happened? And secondly, your crew is working hard. Can you get back in this race?
Well, something happened to the 4-car. I saw him start to spin, and at the same time, I seen out of the corner of my eye a piece of debris fall out of his car, and it went right underneath my right front tire, and I heard the right front tire just blow, and it went into the wall. So just bad luck for us. And it looks like they're trying to fix it. It hit pretty hard. I don't know if they'll get it back out or not.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Again, the accident came on lap 52. We're already at 66, so should either man be able to get back in, they'll be way, way back. Ricky Rudd, he's in 11th.
Ford Burton on the inside there, and that car as they come out of turn 2. You can see how you run right out against the wall there, and they have got some race cars in the past coming off that corner. You get into a push there, and you can get in that wall very easily.
That cat car will belong to somebody else next year. All these teams that are currently running Pontiacs or something else that are switching to Dodge, there's a garage sale going on. And that team has got 24 cars for sale, 45 engines for sale. So if you'd like quite the unique Winston Cup souvenir, just call any one of these teams that's moving to Dodge next year and get quite a buy.
I'll tell you one thing, they're good. They're good motors. They're not just off-the-shelf type motors, because Ward Burton's up front every weekend.
Saw Andy Houston there alongside Ricky Rudd. Houston in the 96, already a couple of laps down. There's Andy going to battle for the Ray Vestas Rookie of the Year title next year. Just joining us, 2 cautions, one on lap 36. Scott Pruitt spun and lost a lap. One at lap 52, sending Bobby Hamilton and Matt Kenseth to the garage. They are the only 2 drivers off the racetrack right now. There's a lot of smoke, you see, out of Rick Mast's car. Rick is running in 28th. Let's see if the numbers tell a story here. 8,300 there for a quick look.
That's not a lot of RPM for these cars. I was looking at Rusty Wallace's telltale pack yesterday. 9,400 down the straightaway. Maybe I shouldn't have told that.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's running that hard. Rich Dickel in the 60 car on the bottom. Ernie Sadler will be in that car next week at Homestead.
Let's compare Rick Mast's numbers to Joe Nemechek. We punch up the telemetry on his machine. Let's see. And we saw an 8,300 before.
This is down the back straightaway.
85, 86, 88, 89, 9,000.
Peaked out at 9,000, then he backed off to go through this flat part of the corner.
But still a big change.
Oh, he gives Darrell Waltrip a ride there almost. He got right in the left rear corner, and Darrell luckily got it back straight.
In case you're wondering if DW is trying, I was in his truck after one of the practice sessions yesterday, and let me tell you, he was all over that thing, trying to figure out what bars and shocks and springs. He is trying as hard as he can.
That's 10th place on the screen right there, with Ricky Rudd holding off the challenge. Meanwhile, Rick Mast makes an unscheduled pit stop at lap number 71. We'll update you on that. And Steve Burns still in the garage with Bobby Hamilton.
Yeah, just got up with Bobby. Bobby, what happened? Can you get back out?
I don't think so. It knocked the motor out of it. But Matt said something come out from under my car and hit his car in the right front, so I run over something. I don't know if it's something off my own car. Usually the exhaust pipes will blow out on them or something, but all that's intact. They're over looking at it now. We definitely cut a left rear down.
Little chain reaction. A piece of debris goes from one car to the next and sends both men to the garage.
Roger Penske has to be smiling. He really does. His cars are right now running in first spot, second spot. His youngest driver, Ryan Newman, qualified in 10th position for this race. All is going well for Roger Penske.
And, of course, Rusty, Dick, you had mentioned earlier he's led a lot of laps here. He's led 691 laps here coming into today's race. To compare that, the next most laps led here was Mark Martin with 463. So, I mean, Rusty is just tearing it up versus the other guys on the tour. Our coverage from Phoenix continues.
Mounds and Almond Joy, because everybody needs a 5-minute vacation.
Now on PlayStation 2, EA Sports. It's in the game.
Rated E for everyone. Introducing the Polaris Sportsman 500 HO with a new high-output engine and 20% more power. The world's best-selling automatic ATV just got better.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
CNN Sports live coverage of the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 is being brought to you by NapaOnline.com, where everything great about Napa is now available online. The race lead, Rusty Wallace, by 0.2 of a second on Jeremy Mayfield. If you are a Bobby Hamilton fan, they have given up the ghost. He will not be coming back today. That's going to be the 11th race this year that Bobby Hamilton will fail to finish. That is the most of all drivers on the circuit. There are 3 drivers who have failed to finish 10 events. Meanwhile, behind this battle right here, maybe the quickest car on the racetrack is Tony Stewart. There's Dale Earnhardt Jr. being shown a lap down after his unscheduled stop.
Well, he's a couple of laps down, but they fixed the number 8 car of Junior now. He's running as fast as the leaders every lap out there. Of course, he has the advantage of fresher tires than the leaders also.
It's a little surprising that Stewart had as much trouble as he did here. Last year, he gave his setup to his teammate, Bobby Labonte. Labonte had never run well here at Phoenix. Got Stewart set up in the car, ran like Jack the Bear. They all kind of figured it was going to be the 18 and the 20 right up front, but gee, Tony's had just awful time since he has come here to Phoenix. Lost control of the car during his qualifying run, got a good wiggle in it, and they have just worked on it. And the long conference this morning between Jimmy Maycar, crew chief for the 18, Greg Ziffidelli, crew chief for Tony Stewart, and looks like they got it right, Eli.
For Steve Burns, Tony Stewart ran here in January in the Copper World Classic. He won the midget race as a driver, then won the Silver Crown race as a car owner for Jason Leffler. So he's had successes here.
Yeah, he likes this track a lot, Eli. And, you know, I talked to the crew this morning. They said they really didn't make that many changes on this morning. They said they just screwed up in qualifying. They were actually very quick in happy hour. So even though they had to start 37th, they felt pretty confident. Dick mentioned the
Tony Stewart, who restarted in 22nd back on lap number 42, moving up to 12th place right now.
The incredible part is how he moves by people. He went by Mark Martin just without any effort whatsoever. Now, Kenny Schrader, and just in front of him, the Burtons, they're going down in the corner. And look how he closes in on Schrader as they come off the corner.
Oh, and by the way, if you're curious, you see that cow can sponsorship, Pedigree Food for Dogs, on Schrader's car. That company is a sister company to M&M Mars, who normally sponsors Schrader's car. So that's why M&M has been shunted aside instead of them. It's Pedigree Food for Dogs. You M&M fans, don't worry, they will be back.
I was worried that Schrader was just going to the dogs, but glad you cleared that up for us, Eli. Thank you.
Anytime.
Schrader has won here 9 times so far. He's won in midgets, he has won in Silver Crown cars, and he's won in stock cars as well, but never won here at a Winston Cup car. Won happy hour last night, but that doesn't go down in the record books. No trophy for that, no money for that. But he was the fastest guy in the last practice session.
Up front, though, it's still the teammates, Wallace and Mayfield. We're at lap 85 of 312 in Phoenix.
There it is. I see it. Get out! Get the target sauce.
Crazy about seafood? Then you're gonna love Red Lobster. Quench your cravings with fresh fish, succulent shrimp, and everybody's favorite, lobster.
Hey, say something for me.
Red Lobster. Go overboard. You started saving for your kids' college education before they were born. Your wife still thinks of you as her knight in shining armor. And the neighbors know your door is always open. So it comes as no surprise that your auto parts are AC Delco. When the right way is the only way. AC Delco Automotive Parts.
When it comes to farm equipment, the names to know are Case IH and CFS in Chambersburg and Carlisle. Quality products by Case IH and quality service make CFS special. We service all makes and models of equipment, or we'll sell you a combine that uses satellite technology. Our extensive parts department with over 192 years of experience is dedicated to your needs. We also have Central Pennsylvania's largest selection of skid steer loaders. For the best in products and experience, call Chambersburg Farm Service or Carlisle Farm Service. CFS service is in our name.
Al Gore wants you to believe he supports the Second Amendment, but his record says something else. Al Gore wants government testing, licensing, and registration for all firearms owners. He cast a vote that would have shut down every gun show. He supports lawsuits designed to bankrupt the firearms industry. And now the Clinton-Gore Justice Department says you have no right to own any firearm. This year, vote freedom first. Vote George W. Bush for president.
With Rusty Wallace as the race leader, we return with Jeremy Mayfield showing the way. Mayfield, who is lurking about a car length and a half back, made this pass at lap number 88 to take the lead from Rusty Wallace.
Going down into turn 1, Rusty's car goes up the racetrack. Jeremy able to hold that low line. You can see he has great forward bite off the corner there. And Rusty can't hold him off. He goes right by. Down into turn 3, just makes the position.
He's been fighting that car pretty much here for the last 20 laps or so.
I think Rusty and Jeff Burton right now, the chassis are a little bit off. You see they're using that wide line through the corner, and Jeremy able to pin his car right to the bottom.
Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt restarted in 25th on lap 42. He then went up to 20th spot by lap 67, and he's now in 15th position and staying there.
Ricky Craven in the middle of all that with a pretty good wiggle. Opened a new four-wheeler and snowmobile store yesterday in Belfast, Maine, home state.
Dale Earnhardt doing quite well. He's up to 14th now. Schrader going backwards right at the moment, the car, and not able to come off the corner. You see Earnhardt there much quicker as they come off the corner.
Now we got full sunshine here, and a lot of the crew chiefs had counted on getting some overcast. They counted on that, they lost.
While you watch this battle, we'll tell you that Jeff Gordon is up to 7th, Ricky Rudd is up to 8th in their battle. Tony Stewart is running in 9th while we watch Dale Earnhardt. The 31 running in 17th position. He made a pit stop at lap 56, so his tires are significantly fresher than many of the other drivers on the racetrack right now.
He's good here too. Skinner's won truck races here twice. Crew chief Larry McReynolds has won here twice. And that combination's running out of time to win a Winston Cup race together. McReynolds next year to be a television analyst alongside Darrell Waltrip in the booth.
Of course, Larry McReynolds, as a crew chief, won a couple of races here for Davey Allison back in 91 and 92. There's a little oil leak on the 33 car. The back end of Joe Nemechek's machine darkening up just a little bit. Buddy, let's see. 65, 7,000. We saw 9,000 earlier.
The tire's right there, 9,000 again, peaking right at 9,000 just before he gets off and gets on the brakes to get in the corner.
Rich Bickle is just pitted with a flat right front tire.
There goes second place. Just got a quick glimpse of Burton making the move on Rusty Wallace.
See Rusty really getting a handful of steering wheel as he comes off the corner there. The car slipped twice as he was making the exit out of turn 4.
Meanwhile, Glenn, how significant is Nemechek's oil leak? Can you tell from down there?
Yeah, Eli, I've been talking with our pit producer for the last few laps about a lot of smoke coming out of it. And that particular lap, just as he started up off of 2, a big plume of smoke came out of Nemechek's car, and the back end actually wiggled just a little bit. So it's more than tire smoke. He definitely has a problem. You were right on it when you saw the oil on the back of that car. He's got a leak of some kind.
Nemechek bounced off the wall yesterday in the Busch Series race, so between that and today, he's probably not going to look forward to coming back to Phoenix all that much next year.
Of course, now the more you watch Nemechek's car, it looks as though that oil might have burned off. You don't see quite the smoke.
Eli, that can be one of the worst things you can see. That means there's no more oil when it quits. Sometimes you can turn the pumps off too. It could be in an oil pump cooler or anything like that. So you turn it off, you know, to the rear of the car or whatever, and sometimes it'll stop it from leaking.
Just about a third of the way home with Jeremy Mayfield.
Michael Waltrip looking over there.
Putting Michael Waltrip a lap down here.
And the rumors continue to persist in the garage that Mayfield is potentially going to jump to another ride, even though he has denied that to be the case, and so is Roger Penske and everybody else. But it is the rumor of the week, even though there seems to be no truth to it.
I couldn't imagine leaving a race team that cares as much about a driver as Jeremy Mayfield does with Peter Suspenzo right on to the top. Roger Penske thinks the world of Jeremy Mayfield's abilities. It'd be tough to get out of a car that can run like that.
Yeah, I mean, and they have just really clicked this year. They've had a terrific year, and if you were to simply subtract the DNFs that they've had, he's been with this team for 5 years, first with Michael Kranafis, then with Kranafis Penske, now with just Roger Penske as the owner. It would seem strange for him to leave, but these stories float.
33rd place, Kevin LePage just being put a lap down by Jeremy Mayfield. We will tell you, however, that one of the fastest cars on the track now is Dale Earnhardt Jr. If he can unlap himself, he'll be part of this story again.
You
You know, it's times like these I think about the wide track Grand Prix. Its speed-sensitive steering gives you road gripping control, so even tight corners won't get you off track. The wide track Grand Prix. Wider is better. By Pontiac.
Whether you drive your family around the neighborhood or the number 21 Citgo Taurus around the NASCAR circuit, you make a lot of pit stops along the way. So from Darlington to Detroit, Bristol to Boston, and just about every place in between, you can count on your local Citgo to keep you going. Gas, food, and conversation. Just what you'd expect from a neighbor.
When you're in the championship hunt, you don't sleep at night. You think about it when you get up in the morning. You think about it when you go to bed.
There are so many guys gunning for you, then it just makes your life miserable.
It's like each week they stack another ton of bricks on your shoulders.
That pressure can turn into a negative if you let it.
You have to fight hard. I mean, week in and week out. It gets down to the end and you're close, you get aggressive.
The NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. The race is on.
Man, I want to win a championship so bad it's unreal.
Briefcase. Need new tires? Our 35,000-mile tires are 4 for just 99 bucks. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
Craving more taste? More variety? All you need is 99 cents. Check out the new 99-cent BK Cravers menu with 8 items including our Bullseye Barbecue Deluxe, Chicken Tender Sandwich, and tasty mozzarella sticks. Just 99 cents every day.
It's a super speedway that acts like a short track Phoenix International. Little bumping and banging, some more bumping and banging. At lap 36, Michael Waltrip and Scott Pruitt, with Pruitt going around. And at lap 52, Bobby Hamilton and Matt Kenseth. They bring out the second caution flag of the afternoon. Now we're at lap 108, and Jeremy Mayfield is the race leader. He took the lead at lap number 88, and he's starting to close in on some lap traffic. He'll be putting some pretty big names down a lap here if we remain green. We're also about 25 laps, 25 miles or so from the next round of scheduled pit stops. So keep that in mind. Although we did have a dozen drivers who pitted at lap 56 during that second caution.
On the inside, and he does. Andretti's cars, incidentally, are going to be going to Europe. They're going to be used as school cars. 20 motors, 15 cars going to get loaded in a boat and hauled off to Rockingham, England. By golly.
Well, they've always run well at Rockingham.
England.
I know.
Nice day, old chap.
Yes.
And right now, Jeff Burton's closing in a little bit on Jeremy Mayfield. He's having to work with all these slow cars as he lap traffic, I should say. They're not slow cars. They're good race cars that they're closing in on.
Robert Presley in 22nd spot with whom we were riding. See, working his way through lap traffic. Bill Elliott going a lap down.
Jerry Nadeau, the next victim. They've had a lot of trouble with that car. It's a brand new race car. They've not been able to get the brake balance right on it. Looks like they don't have the handling right on it at the moment.
But overall, it's been a pretty good week for the 25 team, Nadeau. In Las Vegas on Tuesday at the big SEMA show, UAW and Delphi announcing that they'll be sponsoring Nadeau's car next season.
Crew Chief Tony Furr said this is the first time in memory that they've lost a sponsor. Picked another one up in enough time to get all the uniforms done way ahead of time. They've got the paint scheme all set, uniforms all ordered and finished. They're ready for next year.
Nadeau going a lap down right now in 30th spot. And Jerry was excited. He won here in a Barber Pro Series Dodge back in October of '94. As a matter of fact, he won 2 of 8 races that year in that MGK Spark Plug Challenge Series. He said, hey, I like this place. I think I'll do well today, but the car just hasn't behaved.
Well, Look at Steve Parks on in that yellow number 1.
That's a position battle between he and Rusty Wallace.
The third spot there, as they go down the front straightaway, you can see Darrell Waltrip on the outside there. Steve Park has been strong since they dropped the green flag, though, down right up front.
Strong since they dropped the green flag at Daytona. He's had a terrific year this year, by far his best ever. They've got a good, solid team there.
And maybe one of the quickest machines is this one with whom we're riding, Dale Earnhardt Jr. But again, when he made that unscheduled stop at lap 46, he lost 2 laps.
Eli, you can see the spring there in the right front almost collapsing. This is the spring we're talking about. The shock right here, that's the travel they have. Watch this thing collapse as he starts down in the corner. It almost coil binds there, getting down. That's the straightaway, and as it leans over, it'll push it almost together there.
And that's Steve Parks' setup underneath that race car.
Watch it again. You see the car, number 8, and watch what works underneath in the suspension and all.
Look at the flex in the tire also. You can see it. When it gets in the corner, it just flexes right over. And then they wonder sometimes when they let the air pressure down too much why it gets in the suspension and cuts the tire down.
That picture shows why.
I bet he wouldn't want to see that tire. Oh, wow.
Here comes Ryan Newman making another pit stop while we watch Dale Earnhardt Jr. Jr. had the unscheduled stop earlier, and Glenn, this is going to be the second stop in 5 laps for Ryan Newman.
Eli, when Ryan came in just a few laps ago, they changed tires, but the biggest problem was the car started pushing water out. On the whole nose of the car, blocking up the radiator, was one of those tearaway windshield strips, and it completely covered the whole nose of the car, and it made the car very loose and also very hot. Now they brought him back in. NASCAR has seen the water coming out of the car, the smoke coming out of it also. They're going to try to cool the car back down. But he ran the car a long time with the smoke coming out of it, and I got a feeling it could have done some serious engine damage. Tough break for Ryan, but that's just the way these things go.
And you see the Polaris ATV pit stop clock still clicking away. Polaris ATVs overdosed on civilization. Polaris is the way out.
They could use a Polaris ATV pit stop calendar on that pit stop, taking so long.
Well, they were filling the radiator back up. They just pushed all the water out, and they were putting new water in there. But I tell you one thing, when you run them that hot and push out that much water, there's usually some damage to the motor.
Best thing for Newman, get back out there and run as many laps as he can, get as much experience as he can in race traffic. It's one thing riding alone, buddy, quite another running in traffic.
Well, they can use it as a test program. We watched Mark Martin even do that this year. He couldn't win the race. He made a test program out of it.
Jeremy Mayfield took over the lead at lap 88. We're now at lap 120. We're back to Phoenix in a moment.
Okay, DJ, I'm ready for you. What's the game?
I'll see boomerang.
Boomerangs? I think I prefer football.
So what are you doing here?
I came here for the big juicy steaks. How about you?
I want that shrimp on the barbie.
Ah, let's go eat.
They're back.
Before you get a life, get a grip. Vice Grip, original locking pliers. The only tool you need.
through 66th. Available at big Kmart.
Imagine living life on a grander scale. Imagine tasting water when it's brand new, or being one with nature without going it alone. You can in Ford Excursion. Discover the ultimate in capability from Ford Outfitters, outfitting you with the most far-reaching sport utilities on Earth. Ford Outfitters, no boundaries.
We found The Rock relaxing in his own backyard. What makes you think you're such a tough guy?
Excuse me? Laying the slap down.
Hey! Who's got Stone Cold Steve Austin down there? Looks like he's hurt.
Looks like a job for The Rock. Don't worry, Steve, I've got you.
I'm gonna find The Rock on the internet.
Yes! I know where to find him.
Hey, Mr. Rock, wait, you're not The Rock.
Oh!
Can you smell what The Rock is cooking?
Green flag, pit stops at Phoenix. Ricky Rudd down off the jack. He pulls away after his stop. Others who've made stops include Wally Dallenbach. Steve Park has been in. There you see Dale Jarrett in for service. Ward Burton, Johnny Benson's coming in. Kenny Wallace, again Ryan Newman. Kenny Schrader comes in. Kurt Busch. Jeff Burton. Let's go down to Glenn.
And here comes Johnny Benson. He slides the nose of that Pontiac to a stop well inside his pit space. Johnny's car had been fighting just a little bit loose earlier in the race. They adjusted it. I don't see any adjustments going on this time with the wedge wrench or the track. There he goes to the right rear. I thought they would make one more. Yep. Another round of bite in the car. And then he took a half round out. And Johnny Benson down and away about 17.5 seconds.
Now the leader is in. Here's Mayfield handing the lead to Bobby Labonte, who will pick up 5 bonus points for leading here. Ralph.
And Eli, he is out of gas. And he gets the car refired. Now it's not back on yet. He's had a problem with the fuel. He ran out of fuel just coming down pit road. He did not get the car fired up yet. Still no engine noise coming out of number 12. Trying to get the car to refire. Problem with the clutch, he says, with the starters. They're pushing him. Still, now finally it comes to life. They're still pushing him down pit road. It'll turn on and shut right back up on him. What a horrible break for Jeremy Mayfield.
My goodness, and as Bobby Labonte pits now, Jimmy Spencer takes over the lead. Back to Ralph.
Bobby Labonte is getting service. Fuel, small chassis adjustment. He's zeroing away.
They have finally pushed the 12 car away, and Spencer comes in. So Jimmy will pit on 130. Earnhardt is the leader now. Dale Earnhardt leads. Tony Stewart's also in. Back to the pits.
Mike Lingerfeld changes the front tires. Gerald Shire's on the rear. They made a chassis adjustment to the right rear of that car. 15.7 seconds for Tony Stewart's pit crew.
Here comes the leader, Dale Earnhardt now. He will make his pit stop at lap 131. All of these stops are under the green, rather. Mike Skinner now takes over the lead. All seems to be routine.
Took a roundabout out the right rear just then. The way you can tell that is they go around to the left, they're putting it in, taking it out. There
and they have to shove that machine away. So Mike Skinner now leads in the Lowe's machine. There he is, center of your screen, the number 31 car. Michael Waltrip giving us the view.
Jeff Gordon really getting up out of the corner quite well there.
Now remember, as Dave Blaney makes his stop here at lap 132, remember that Skinner pitted on lap 56. So he is on a bit of a different pit stop routine, but he is going to try and get back with everybody on the same schedule right here. He probably, by the numbers, could have stayed out a while longer, but he elects to make a stop because he'd start losing distance to all the other guys.
About 3/10 of the second lap have fresh tires on, opposed to tires like Mike Skinner had. And Larry McReynolds knows that. That's why they came in with the leaders there.
So Ted Musgrave now cycles around to become the race leader. For the second time today. Musgrave led lap 39, now leads at lap 133 as Skinner's service is done. And there's Ted Musgrave. While on the racetrack now, you see Nemechek and Nadeau, the 33 and the 25, battling for position. At this moment, they are battling for third spot. But that will all cycle back on around once the pit stops are completed. Bill Elliott in for service. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in for service at lap 134. He was in on lap 57, Earnhardt Jr. was. Here comes Musgrave. He will pit on lap 135, giving the lead to Jerry Nadeau. So Jerry Nadeau takes over the top spot now at lap 135. There's Joe Nemechek in for service. Watch him accelerate out of pit road.
Careful, Joe. Don't get caught for speeding.
45 miles an hour, 4,700 RPM. Up front, Steve Park right there takes the lead as he bypasses Jerry Nadeau. So Steve Park now going to the top of the leaderboard.
You know, every once in a while you'll hear these cars sound like they're stuttering at the end of the straightaway. What that is, they run a rev limiter chip in the car so it does not turn over 92, 9300 down the front straightaway here.
The way that actually works is it shuts off one cylinder at a time, electrically shuts one cylinder off at a time, so it doesn't stretch the mechanical parts too much, the rods and the crankshaft and so forth, which potentially could cause the engine to blow up.
The reason I pointed that out, Steve Park, every time he goes down the straightaway here, I hear it pop back through the engine there. Nothing to worry about.
Boy, Park is really running today. 7 top 10s in the last 11 starts. Team is on a roll.
Michael Waltrip in and out of the pit lane. If you're a Ryan Newman fan, he has just taken his car behind the wall. Darrell Waltrip is pitting at lap number 138. As the leader is Steve Park right there, about to try and put a lap on 24th place Ken Schrader.
Yeah, and he better hurry. Right now, he's got a lot of fast company coming behind him there.
Let's set it for you. Park is the leader. Jeff Burton runs second. Rusty Wallace is third. Bobby Labonte runs fourth. Ricky Rudd is fifth. Tony Stewart is up to sixth now. Jimmy Spencer is seventh. Ward Burton runs eighth. Jeff Gordon is ninth, and Dale Jarrett is 10th. 11th is Mark Martin. Kevin LePage 12th. Dale Earnhardt 13th. Mike Skinner is 14th. Ricky Craven is 15th. And by the way, Jeremy Mayfield is now settled in a lap down in 24th spot after they had to push the car off to get it to refire. So hopefully you're caught up now after the sequencing of green flag stops. In the office, Jennifer Wells, Steve Stump, folks behind the scenes at TNN.
You say you love Winston Cup racing? Well, you don't know how much fun you're missing unless you're playing Fantasy Cup Auto Racing. You can build your team, trade your drivers, and win even more money. More than $1 million in cash and prizes. And the best part, it only takes 10 minutes a week to play. Call us now at 1-800-877-RACE for your free rule book. Or play my free challenge online at fantasycup.com. Fantasy Cup Auto Racing. The best just got better.
Go, 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 go.
Can't get enough pitbull? Grab a Miller Lite, and any time is Miller time.
Go, 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 go.
Okay, here we go. Push, push. Beautiful baby coming.
Nice catch. Good hand.
Can't get enough football? Grab a Miller Lite, and any time is Miller time.
It's unnecessary roughness.
Hey, we gotta talk. That stuff only protects my vital parts for about 30,000 miles. And then what happens? You gotta change it. Make it easy on yourself. Give me Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. It protects my sensitive parts for 5 years or 150,000 miles. That's 5 times longer than most of those conventional coolants. Now, let's talk oil.
Hey! Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. Add more life to your car.
Chevy Monte Carlo SS. Green. The side you show the world is up to you.
TNN Sports live coverage of the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 is being brought to you by Team Monte Carlo. The cars more champions depend on. Chevy will be there. Welcome back, everybody. Steve Park in the number 1 machine is the race leader, keeping Michael Waltrip down a couple of laps. But the man that Park has to worry about now is the 12 car of Jeremy Mayfield, who's trying to get back on the lead lap, as you see who did what on the pit lane.
And also just behind Mayfield there, the 99 of Jeff Burton, actually the fastest car out there right now.
We've got caution for that machine. Rich Bickle. Problems coming out of turn number 4.
Mayfield got his lap back. Excuse me for interrupting, but he got his lap back.
Exactly what we had talked about seconds ago. Jeremy Mayfield was hounding Steve Park and now is back on the lead lap. So the caution at lap 147. As Rich Bickle has some problems. As you see, the power team entry has pulled away, though with the damage that's bringing up all that smoke.
You guys remember Charlotte in October? Jeremy Mayfield down a lap after losing a lap to a flat tire, wound up second. Ho, he could have a big day anyhow.
Watch that battle back to the stripe. When the caution comes out here, Jeremy knows he has to go.
Steve Park just rolls out the throttle and lets him get his lap back. Also, Michael Waltrip, I don't know whether he got by him before he got to the flag stand.
Whoa! Steve Park was going to stay on the racetrack and says, uh-oh, I'd better not.
Not when everybody else is coming in.
Steve Burns is first.
Tony Stewart brings this Pontiac to the attention of Greg Zipadelli's car. They're going to make a track bar adjustment. You guys had mentioned how the sun has really changed the setups on these cars. They want to tighten it up a little bit, route team.
They're going to make a 1-pound air pressure adjustment on the number 1. By the time the crew decided to make Steve come down and let him know the pits were open, he wasn't prepared for it, Eli. That's why it was such a last-minute thing, Glenn.
And in the number 1 pit spot, Rusty Wallace brings his 4 cars in for a pit stop. 4 tires. They're down to making air pressure adjustments. A little bit of trouble on the left front. Rusty is down and away. Beats Steve Park out.
So all of these stops under caution. Rich Bickle has made it around to the pit lane, and he has had service done to the power team entry, the man who brought out this third caution. And there is the race leader now, Jeff Burton, who most recently led back at lap 38. Back after this.
Just how quick and agile is the Kodiak Bear? It ran away with ATV of the Year. The Kodiak Automatic 4x4 with push-button in-and-out 4-wheel drive. ATV Magazine's ATV of the Year. Now get low payments on every Yamaha ATV. Starting at just $69 a month with 0 down during Yamaha All-Terrain Value Days.
Nice looking jacket.
Special edition.
Leather.
Name your price, man.
Your hat.
Some people will give anything, hey Jack, to own the special edition NASCAR 2000 jacket. But it's yours for just $169 when you buy any Exide Select battery. And you'll be helping the kids at Duke Children's Hospital.
Hey, Jack. Where's your hat?
Look for details wherever Exide Select is sold.
Nice hat.
Thanks.
My father's favorite joke about our expansion project is that he's going to build it and I'm going to pay for it. While this is said in jest, there is truth behind it. My future depends on my dealings with you, our friends, customers, and neighbors. You are valuable to us, and we respect your needs and desires. That's why this new construction project includes 30 service bays, 2 of which are specially designed for quick service, lube, oil, filter, and 16-point checkup to be done at any time with no appointment necessary.
Nobody, but nobody beats a best deal. Best Automotive gives you a GM Quick Lube Plus oil change in 29 minutes or it's free. We provide quick, courteous service with more than 140 combined years of GM Goodrich Service Plus. So for the fastest oil change around, come to Best Automotive.
Welcome back, everybody. Phoenix International Raceway. Little cowboy corn being doled out down there. They have some different offerings here at Phoenix International. We thank you folks for having tuned in to TNN over the last 10 years. This is our final NASCAR Winston Cup telecast. And a lot of fun over these 10 years. And at the end of our show today, we've got for you some great highlights, some great look back at some outstanding racing happenings here on TNN. So hopefully you can stick around for all of that. There you see some pit numbers. You got to throw Jimmy Spencer into that mix, too. He was 7th coming in. There's Spencer out in 2nd. A lot of fellows opting for just 2 tires on those stops, though.
Yeah, and if that's what he did, and I will say one thing about Spencer, that's not by chance there. He's been in the top 10 since they dropped the green flag. He made a hard charge up there, got all the way up to 6th, and was sitting there running as fast as the leader. So Spencer really having a great run today. And
Bill Elliott back in. Reports were that his car fell off the jack on their last visit down the pit lane. So they're back in again at lap 151.
Michael Waltrip being held in pit road down there. NASCAR guy standing right in front of him just at the end of the pit road. You'll see him right there, the NASCAR guy just in front of him. Now they're letting him move out.
That's getting him back in the correct position after the caution came out. By the way, Jeremy Mayfield getting his lap back, as we told you, now running in 13th. And here's why the caution came out. The whole cap coming off.
Exactly. That is the cap on the tire, and when they go flat like that, we see that time after time. When they go flat, they throw the cap right off the tire itself.
Must be something wrong with that car. It's the second flat right front, just a few laps that they've had.
Look at that, already 10 lead changes.
Tell you another guy that lost out in that round of pit stops is Johnny Benson. He is now running all the way back in the 15th position, lost 5 spots on that round of pit stops.
A good view of Phoenix International. See the crossover bridge there, middle of the screen, going over turn 4, allowing the fans to go from the infield towards the grandstands.
They were apparently holding Michael Waltrip in the pits because he, in fact, did not make his lap up, so they were just going to pull him up, get him back on the correct lead lap.
You saw that hill that Ralph told you about on the pre-race show there. It's kind of like its own little tent city. That land bordering the Gila Indian Reservation, which is just outside this racetrack.
Cool cars. Cool boots. Introducing the next generation of Red Wings with Comfort Force. Red Wing Shoes, proud sponsor of Petty Enterprises Racing.
Well, folks, everything will be decided today.
If you want to win in today's world, you can't afford to go it alone. It takes teamwork and training to win, just like the winning team that builds quality cars and trucks on the assembly line. UAWGM, assembly line to finish line, teamwork wins.
Can't get enough peanuts? Get a payday. Sweet caramel and tons of salty peanuts.
Hey, did you get them brakes at Pep Boys?
Yeah, I did.
I appreciate it.
Now get up to $40 back on premium Revestive brake service. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
So, I hope you like lobster.
Everything all right? Fine. I'm sorry.
TNN Sports live coverage of the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 is being brought to you by Budweiser with the crisp, clean, refreshing taste you'll find in no other beer. This Bud's for you. We have just gone back to green. The field coming to the crossed flags for halfway in the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500. Jeff Burton leading Jimmy Spencer. Those are the first two cars on the leaderboard as we are halfway home here at Phoenix, Arizona.
3 Fords leading the race right now. Jeff Burton, a 99 car, but you see these guys just in front of them. They're hoping to stay in front of the lead bunch just in case the caution will come out.
Well, 1 to Ted Musgrave on the outside there. This is probably his very best racetrack. Last top 5 came right here at Phoenix in 98. He's got 3 top 5 finishes at this speedway. 3 wide. Musgrave's a great race driver. Deserves a good ride. Doesn't have one yet for next year. Somebody ought to pick this fella up.
Some gutsy moves here. Matt Kenseth back out on the racetrack, 105 laps down for you Matt Kenseth fans.
Rusty Wallace got by Jimmy Spencer. Now Steve Park is working him over from behind. As they come down the front straightaway, you see Jimmy Spencer having to give that spot up to Rusty. And now Steve Park looks to the outside. Great race right now for second spot.
Park and Spencer, that's a good battle. Meanwhile, Jeff Burton picking his way ever so carefully through traffic with Rusty Wallace right behind him in the 2. Burton's in the 99.
I think Robin Pemberton's made some great changes on the 2 car. Right now on fresh tires, he is lightning quick. But Steve Park is right there on the back bump of Rusty Wallace as they go into turn 3.
Look at Rusty
there
on
goes
the bottom.
Rusty.
He wants this thing. Rusty's been all jazzed up. Wow, on the outside, Burton.
And it might open the inside for the 1 car of Steve Park. Remember, the 33 just ahead of them is in 25th spot on the tail end of the lead lap.
Steve Park, when he gets back in that throttle Eli, he picks up about 2 car lengths on Rusty Wallace in the center part of the corner.
Ralph Burton's got himself a good run going.
Well, Eli, it's going to be a little tough for Rusty to get around this car. You see, this car's not used for running in second place. This is the car that Jeff Burton drove all 300 laps out in front at Loudon a few races back earlier this summer. That's the last time this car ran, and it never saw second place all day long in Loudon.
Rusty's all puffed up. He really is. He's been all fired up this weekend. They had to get him a new uniform. He's got so many new sponsors as a result of the season that he has had. This is the truth, that they had to redesign the uniform. He had a brand new uniform, did some pictures yesterday. There's hardly any room on it. There really, really is. Everybody wants to jump on board with this guy and this team because they are hot.
Rusty Wallace, he's got a lot of wins on flat tracks over the years. New Hampshire, Milwaukee, here. Even one of the flat 1-mile dirt track in DuQuoin, Illinois. There's Bobby Labonte. Haven't talked much about him right now, but he's quietly running in 6th spot. Leading the NASCAR Winston Cup points. Dale Earnhardt is in 9th. And, of course, all that Bobby has to do is finish 14th or better today and in the final 2 races, and the championship would be his.
You know, it hadn't been just a second ago we were talking about Mark Martin just pulling over and letting cars go by, but he's still right up in the front of this race right now. He's in 7th spot. Tony Stewart's just behind him in the 20 car on a steady progress towards the front.
There's the original Dale Earnhardt. Right now running in 9th spot.
I would hope so.
There you see where all the point leaders, or all the point contenders are running right now. By the way, Matt Kenseth made a couple of laps, and now he has parked it for the day. The car is not going to be able to continue. So Matt Kenseth is now out as a result of that accident back on lap 52. Second place is the 2 car of Wallace. Third place is the 1 of Steve Park. So that battle starting to heat up just a little bit.
Park had a good run going yesterday in the Busch Series race here until something failed in the rear end of the car, and he wound up having to park it. Rusty showing some fire out the right side exhaust. There's nothing wrong with the motor, just some unburned fuel catching fire in the exhaust system. I kind of like that, you know? See a little fire coming out the side of a race car, that's neat.
Rusty Wallace starting in the top 10 every single race here at Phoenix. Of course, his Bud Pole this weekend rewriting the record books. But what he's done in the past doesn't impress Steve Park, I don't believe.
No, and Steve Park looking right now, trying to close in. Nemechek right now has Rusty moving up, and look at Steve Park fighting on the bottom part of the racetrack.
This is for second spot, 9/10 of a second behind the leader, Jeff Burton.
Wow.
And remember, 26 Spencer, he's in that battle also.
I think you're right about one thing. Eli was talking a while ago about Jimmy Spencer having a great run today. He seems to be better after about 10 laps. The car's set up to run better. But look at Ricky Rudd moving in now also. We got a great race here.
They're all battling second, third, fourth, and fifth. By the way, rookie Ryan Newman has returned to the race. After his problems of earlier, he is 49 laps down, but he's back out there to try and get whatever experience he can. We're just past halfway. 3 caution flags today for a Scott Pruitt spin at lap 36. Bobby Hamilton and Matt Kenseth with an accident at lap 52, and then Rich Bickle stopping on the track at lap 147. In the garage area, Bobby Hamilton and Matt Kenseth, while Ryan Newman has returned. He is 49 laps down. In the production truck, folks who bring you the pictures on TNN.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Rated E for everyone.
Bob, can you make sure Carol gets these?
Oh, thanks, Bob. Have a good night.
Hey there, Bob.
Hi, Karen.
Husband's still in there working late again.
What a trooper.
How do you plan on providing for your family after you pass away? Conseco's life insurance policies can give your loved ones a regular monthly paycheck. Conseco, step up.
Brains. Guts. Heart.
We get them checked by a doctor regularly.
Shouldn't you?
Hi, I'm Bobby Labonte.
Rusty Wallace.
And I'm Mark Martin. And we've teamed up with Pfizer to promote men's health.
Guys, you got to take care of your cardiovascular health, your mental health, and even your sexual health.
So get to your doctor, or get a free health screening at a race this season. And fellas, tune up for life.
Hi,
Hi, Jeff Burton for LA West Luxury Vehicles. First in quality and the only choice for the Burtons.
LA West Luxury Vehicles, available nationwide from select Ford dealers. Call us at 1-800-786-VANS. Communications provided by Racing Radios, the leader in racing communications worldwide. Call us today at 1-800-669-1522 for all your two-way needs for race teams and scanners and headsets for the fans. And by Featherlight, the official trailer of NASCAR, CART, IRL, NHRA, ASA, and World of Outlaws. Remember to call Featherlight for all your trailer and motor coach needs at 800-800-1230.
We are back at Phoenix International Raceway. Eli Gold, Buddy Baker, Dick Berggren, Glenn Jarrett, Ralph Shaheen, Steve Burns, the whole TNN Motorsports team bringing you coverage of today's action. Who's running where? Well, the race leader is Jeff Burton right now in the number 99 car. Running behind him, that's the 01 Ted Musgrave. He's a lap down in 23rd spot. There's the 36 of Kenny Schrader. He's in 24th, a lap down behind the leader. The 2 is Rusty Wallace. He's 1.8 seconds back in second. Then Steve Park in third, 2 seconds behind. There's the 28 of Ricky Rudd. He's in fourth, 2.2 seconds back. The 33, Joe Nemechek, a lap down in 25th position right now. There's the point leader, Bobby Labonte. He's in fifth. He's 3.2 seconds behind Jeff Burton, who's leading today's race. Further back, there's Jimmy Spencer. He's running in sixth spot. Jimmy's 4 seconds behind. And that's a battle for position with Tony Stewart, who's 4.2 seconds back, running in seventh spot, and he'll make that pass. There's the Andretti machine. John running in 26th place. He is 2 laps down right now, Andretti is, running in 26th position. Then the 8 car of Dale Earnhardt Jr. He is a lap down, Earnhardt Jr., in the 27th position. 3 is Dale Earnhardt, the original, as Dick Berggren put it before. He's running in 8th, 6.5 seconds behind our leader, Jeff Burton. Then Ward Burton, the leader's brother, back into the picture there. He is 7 seconds behind his brother, running in the 9th place. 88, Dale Jarrett, now in 11th spot. Make it 10th spot. He took the 10th place away from Jeff Gordon seconds ago. So Jarrett is 7.8 seconds back. Gordon is 8 seconds behind. Then this scramble right here for position. Mayfield going around Mark Martin. So Mayfield is in 12th. Mark Martin is in 13th. They are 8.2 and 8.4 seconds back. There's Mike Skinner now, still on the lead lap. He's running in the 14th place as we work at lap number 180. You fall further back now. Others with problems in turn number 1. There's Schrader, bounced off the wall. 25th position. Schrader was a lap down, bouncing off the wall between turns 1 and 2. NASCAR officials checking over the racetrack. Report is that the track is clean.
He's got a flat right front tire, trying to find a way to get down so he can get into the pits.
He had to wait till everybody got by. Now he's off the racing surface.
Watch what happens on the replay. Yep. Actually never does make contact with the wall, does he?
As he goes into turn 1, you see him going up right there. He did not lock the brakes up. For people back home, you have an inner tire inside of the tire there. It went flat, the outer tire did, but he was smart enough not to hit the brake and blow that inner tire out.
Great piece of driving by Kenny Schrader. He did leave some rubber behind up in the corner. Ralph?
Well, Eli, they're going to change all 4 tires and fill them up with fuel. Getting the complete set of tires on now, sits back on and sent him away.
So all this happening under green. So Schrader loses a number of laps now. He'll lose at least 3, maybe 4.
Eli, that tire stayed up until he got all the way around to turn 3 before it finally blew the inner tire out, but he was down to about 40 miles an hour when that happened.
Now let's pick back up. We showed you Mike Skinner. Next in line is Kurt Busch there in the number 97 machine. He's running in 27th. He is a lap down to the race leader. Jerry Nadeau and Johnny Benson next in your picture. Nadeau is in 28th place. The 10 of Johnny Benson, he's on the lead lap in 15th. He is 14 seconds back of the leader. And the 75, Wally Dallenbach, running in 29th, a lap down. Then the 5 of Terry Labonte in 16th spot. The 40 of Sterling Marlin in 17th. They're 14 seconds back. The 11 of Brett Bodine, that is a pass for position in 18th place. Then you come back to the Houston machine running in 34th, and the 93 car of Blaney, who is running on the lead lap in 19th position. So that's who's on the racetrack right there. You swing back around now to Kenny Wallace in the 55. Kenny is running in 20th spot, 16.2 behind. There's Ricky Craven running in 21st, also on the lead lap, 16.6 back. And then the 14 of Rick Mast, he's in 35th spot, 3 laps down. Bill Elliott, after making his unscheduled stops earlier, is 2 laps down in 30th position. And then Mike Blitz in 31st spot, running the 27 car. There he is, also being shown a couple of laps down. Elliott Sadler went a lap down early. He's in 32nd position. And there you see the 60 of Rich Bickle to be followed by the 32 of Scott Pruitt. Bickle and Pruitt are 35th and 36th, being shown 3 laps behind. We've not talked about Kevin LePage. He is in 22nd spot on the lead lap, LePage is, while Michael Waltrip is in 38th, 3 laps down in car number 7. And the 77 of Robert Presley, he is a lap down in 33rd. Darrell Waltrip, can't forget him. DW a couple of laps down in 39th position. And we cycle back around to our race leader, Jeff Burton. So that's who's running on the racetrack at lap 188 here in Phoenix. And as we go to break, how about a question for you? Sitco says, you know me. I am a former NASCAR Winston Cup Rookie of the Year. I'm 6th on the all-time Winston Cup win list. I've started 645 consecutive Winston Cup races. You know me. We'll be back with one of NASCAR's living legends right after this from Sitco.
Whether you drive the family truck or the number 21 Citgo Taurus, when you pull into the pits, your neighborhood Citgo has the fuel you need to fill your tank and keep you going.
Craving more taste? More variety? All you need is 99 cents. Check out the new 99-cent BK Cravers menu with 8 items, including our Bullseye Barbecue Deluxe, chicken tender sandwich, and tasty jalapeno poppers. Just 99 cents every day.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
The rigid 10-inch table saw powers through even the toughest hardwoods. The oscillating sander converts from spindle to edge belt sanding in seconds. Engineered for power and precision, each and every rigid tool carries a lifetime warranty. But when it comes to something with even more power, Rigid's got that too. Rigid, available at the Home Depot.
How to be ready for Rugrats in Paris. 1. Know your Rugrats.
Card number 1. Oh, time.
2. Learn the lingo.
French lesson. A baby's got to do what a baby's got to do. Un bébé doit faire ce qu'il a à faire.
3. Have a plan.
So remember, enter here. Fan out and focus on row 6. Good luck, team. Go, 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 go! Go, move it! Not bad, people.
Rugrats in Paris, the movie, starts November 17th.
Sitco says, you know me. I'm Dale Earnhardt. I clinched my 7th Winston Cup championship on TNN at Rockingham in October of 1994. I'm Dale Earnhardt. And there is the man running in 8th right now. And some solid numbers here in this 2000 season.
Absolutely, and I tell you, with just a few breaks and races that he had problems when Bobby Labonte had problems also, he could have been up there battling for the lead in the point standing. Eli, I want to correct myself on something I said a while ago. I was talking about inner tires in the race tires here. They don't use them on the mile racetrack. It's a mile and a half or bigger. So I was incorrect, but he didn't lock the brakes. That would have put him in the wall anyhow had he slammed the brakes on. But I was wrong.
Watching the Earnhardts, that is not a battle for position. Daddy's on the lead lap at 8. Junior is a lap down in 26th. Dale Jarrett just riding along with that group. He's in 9th place right now. Both Earnhardt and Jarrett are better than 12 seconds behind our race leader, Jeff Burton.
Remind you that Dale Jarrett started all the way back in 36th spot. He has passed 32 cars so far.
That's quite a look. You see the rearview mirror up there. You can see the cars behind him trying to find a place to get maximum grip right now. The tires are getting worn down pretty well now, and the cars are beginning to slide again.
Ralph, how about tires? Are we seeing them be a major factor?
Well, Eli, there seem to be a problem in almost every race. I should say a major factor in almost every race this year. This is the one that came off of Kenny Schrader, and you can see once it blew, boy, it let go in a hurry. The entire center of the tire completely gone. Now, that inner liner that Buddy was talking about works like a tire inside a tire. So if you cut the outer tire down, you basically have an inner tire to run on, which hopefully gives you enough tire left to keep you off the wall. And in fact, every NASCAR driver owes a big debt of gratitude to our own Buddy Baker. He was one of the ones at the majority of the testing when inner liners were developed. And as Buddy will tell you, it's not a fun day at the track.
You and Darrell Derringer told some great stories about going over basically swords that they stuck into the asphalt. So here, run over this and let's see what happens.
Well, they made little things that they put in the racetrack out of roll bar tubing, and you ran over it, and they would cut the outer tire, and you would test that inner tire at that particular time. And I tell you, the first one wasn't very good. They were kind of like an inner tube, really. They would blow out as soon as you had a flat tire. But we did come up with something I feel very honored to have a chance to do that, because this saves a lot of race car drivers.
At what speed were you cutting your tires deliberately?
Yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, did you have some hellacious accidents when you went over these obstructions?
Eli, like all tests, you have to every once in a while get in the wall. There was Billy Wade was, as a matter of fact, tested, and he was killed in an accident testing the inner tire in Daytona. So, boy, I tell you, with everything you do, there's always a risk, and that's one thing. You watch these cars go around. They're doing very incredible things now, but there was a lot of test work to make them what they are today.
I guess that's probably the single biggest advancement in all that we've seen of NASCAR, from when Jeffrey Bodine brought the power steering to when guys started shifting on racetracks.
Oh, we have trouble up in turn 3.
Up into the wall.
Rick Mast.
The Conseco Pontiac goes up into the wall. There he bounces off, running in 34th spot. Caution is on the speedway.
Eli, he had a flat right front going into turn 3.
Remember, we have cameras riding with Rick Mast now as he brings himself down to a controllable speed, but the Conseco Pontiac going up what limited banking we have into the wall in turns 3 and 4. So this stop will come for the leaders at lap 203.
Tearing everything up. Just go ahead and come in this time by. We'll change 4 tires.
Listening to Rick Mast's radio.
Look at the sky. You can see that the overcast has come in now. Crew chiefs are no doubt going to change the setups.
Up the right side, guys. Five pits. Coming. 4. 30. There you go.
Hear them counting him down to his pit stall. And everybody else will make their stops right behind Rick Mast. Let's go first to Steve Burns.
And Dale Earnhardt's been fighting a loose condition all day, Eli. Looks like they're going to make a chassis adjustment to the left rear of the car. They are. Right side tires on. Ron Otto, the rear tire changer. Let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
4 tires and a change of the film on the windshield has been the call from crew chief Frankie Stoddard. He's reminding everybody to be very smooth, and Jack White gets the left side up in the air. You're
Rusty Wallace's car got very, very tight. It's very overcast now. His car tightened up a bunch. They made a great mini adjustment. Ooh, I couldn't tell if he beat Rudd out or not. They had a 4-tire change, but listen to these adjustments. They took a rounded wedge out of the left rear. They made a track bar adjustment and a half-pound of air out of the right rear. I tell you, the car was really, really, half-pound of air up in the right rear. The car was really tight. So riding with Ricky Rudd right now as we work under the caution. Remember, Rick Mast had a camera with him as he went into turn number 3.
Eli, just listen.
Oh, that'll cut a tire every time.
And he saved it. He did not get up into the outside wall.
Tough day at the McDonald's drive-thru. Pit stops continue at lap 204.
Introducing the Polaris Sportsman 500 HO with a new high-output engine and 20% more power. The world's best-selling automatic ATV just got better.
I think about repeating the championship pretty often.
Our game plan every week is to win. If you win a championship, you want to go back there and do that again.
Just to know that you were in an elite group in NASCAR that did it again, that was able to repeat.
It's tougher to keep it together to do the repeat.
After you win the championship once, that's all that you think about.
The NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. The race is on.
Second is second best.
Did you know Al Gore's Justice Department argued in federal court that the Second Amendment gives you no right to own any firearm? The Supreme Court could be next, with new justices hand-picked by Al Gore if he wins. Think what Justice Hillary Clinton or Charlie Schumer would do to your gun rights. When Al Gore's Supreme Court agrees with Al Gore's Justice Department and bans ownership of firearms, what freedom is next? Vote George W. Bush for president.
Record new vehicle sales have left Gene Lotta's lot jam-packed with quality pre-owned cars and trucks. They've lowered their prices to move this massive pre-owned inventory. Most cars and trucks carry an exclusive 12-month, 12,000-mile signature limited powertrain warranty. There's no better deal anywhere than the combination of savings and service at Gene Lotta Ford Buick. Let Gene Lotta save you money.
Completely satisfied customers are our trademark. We guarantee it.
He is one of the elite in all of motorsports. A renowned short track ace, Rusty Wallace has garnered 2 Winston Cup championships. He's endured some incredible incidents. He won the Winston in 1989. And this year celebrated his 50th career win at the Bristol Motor Speedway. He is now leading here at Phoenix International Raceway with Ricky Rudd running second, Jeff Burton third, Steve Park fourth, and Bobby Labonte fifth. While running in 6th right now, Dr. Berggren, is Tony Stewart.
Started in 37th position. He's passed 31 cars. Tony Stewart is Dick Berggren at TNN. Do you hear us?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you passed 31. You got 5 to go. Is that car good enough to do it?
Well, we keep working on it. I mean, Greg Zippendale and all the guys, they keep changing everything. We keep changing something every stop. So the biggest thing we didn't want to see is all this cloud cover now. This place was getting real hot and slippery, and we were going forward. And now that it's cooling off, it's probably going to even everybody out again. But some people found it's pretty good. We got a shot at it. We're not done yet.
Okay, good luck to you, Tony. Thanks.
And Steve Burns, that's what we've been talking about all day. The clouds coming and going have really played with the crew chief's heads.
That's exactly right, Eli, but also, just a reference, the car that Tony Stewart is driving is one of his favorites. The last time he drove it was at Martinsville, and they won. That car has taken Tony Stewart to victory lane 3 times. You know, I asked Buddy Baker up there in the booth, I said, Buddy, how does a driver get a favorite car? He said, Burns, do you have a favorite pair of shoes? I said, yeah. He said, that's that simple.
Well, it's comfortable, that's it. If you like the car, it drives well, and it does what you want it to do, you use it every time you can.
look at that fairly short list. Drivers who have won races from 37th starting position or further back.
Might
Pretty
see it
good
added to today.
Bunch of names right there. They've got the jet dryer and the blower out there on the racetrack now, not to dry the track, but to help collect some of those big old chunks of rubber that have been gathered up. Glenn, not only is it a problem right there on the track, I guess a lot of that rubber's getting caught up in some of the grill work of these cars, too.
Well, Eli, it is. It's getting caught up everywhere. Rusty Wallace was one of the most vocal ones for the past two pit stops. Robin Pemberton had come down off the war wagon and talked to the NASCAR official about getting the blowers out there, and there is a lot of chunks and a lot of other debris and trash on the racetrack. There's a lot of paper and plastic blowing around there, and that stuff, that's exactly what happened to Ryan Newman. Overheated his car, so NASCAR wisely put the blowers out there, blew all this trash off. It's been 12 years, and finally I get the trash talk.
Lap 208 of 312. The number 2 is the big number now. Rusty Wallace leads in Phoenix.
From the quarter mile at St. Louis to the third turn at Talladega to the pits of Laguna Seca. Wherever innovation is the margin between win and lose, the pros reach for the same tools you do. Craftsman, the official tools of CART, NHRA, and NASCAR.
Volunteers, we all have regular jobs. We can be coming from anywhere. We get a call, we need to get to the fire right now. Things that are going through our mind are the hazards we might face so that when we get on scene, we're ready to act. We need a truck that can handle anything we throw at it. 4 full-size doors gets us in and out quickly. There's 6 people in the cab and there's a ton of room for cargo. Great truck.
Hey, we gotta talk. That stuff only protects my vital parts for about 30,000 miles. And then what happens? You gotta change it. Make it easy on yourself. Give me Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. It protects my sensitive parts for 5 years or 150,000 miles. That's 5 times longer than most of those conventional coolants. Now, let's talk oil. Hey!
Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. Add more life to your car.
Okay, DJ, I'm ready for you. What's the game?
I'll see boomerangs.
Boomerangs?
Heck, I prefer football.
So what are you doing here?
I came here for the big juicy steaks. How about you?
I want that shrimp on the barbie.
Ah, let's go eat.
They're back.
We are back here at Phoenix International Raceway under green. Rusty Wallace holding off a quick challenge from Ricky Rudd. Jeff Burton in the 99 car. He's running in the 3rd spot inside the lap machine of Joe Nemechek, the number 33. Riding with Rudd.
You want to hear a good race car go down the straightaway, you're riding with one of the most powerful race cars in Western Cup racing.
Nice sounding motor, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
71 races since Ricky Rudd has won September 27th, 1998 at Martinsville Speedway. 20 career wins going into today. Maybe 21 when the day ends.
Now, let's inject another factor to this whole mix. Everybody pitted at lap 202 of 312. This is a 1-mile racetrack. So if we stay green, how about it, Steve? Can these guys go 110 miles here?
Well, it's going to be close, Eli. Richard Childress told Dale Earnhardt after he pitted, hey, conserve your fuel. There's an outside shot we can make it, but it really depends on how hard he has to run, but it's going to be close.
Eli Earnhardt has picked it up another notch right now. He's all over the back of Stewart. You're riding with Bobby Labonte, and Earnhardt is 2 cars ahead of him right now.
Yeah, he's conserving his fuel all the way up to 6th now.
Stewart's being told, be nice and smooth now, which has got to be hard to do with that guy on your back bumper.
All the while, let's not forget, in the big picture, Bobby Labonte, with whom we're riding right now, is an 8th. Very much within the window of what he has to do to just stay on track for the championship.
You know, they talk a lot about team chemistry, and as we ride with Bobby Labonte, that's a team that has been together, driver and crew chief, for a total of 6 years. There's only one other team in today's race, driver and crew chief, that have been together that long, and they are leading. Rusty Wallace and Robin Pemberton are also in their 6th year together.
As far as the point battle, you see Labonte is 8th, Earnhardt 6th, Jeff Burton is 3rd. There you see Earnhardt just a position ahead of Bobby Labonte on the racetrack. There's a 10th place battle right there. That's a goodie.
And the important part, the 12 car there, Jeremy Mayfield, is working his way back towards the front. And he was a lap down not long ago, so he made up that lap, and that car is lightning fast.
Same car he had at Rockingham. Remember how well he ran there until the alternator let out, and he had to take a pit stop to change a battery. He had that race in hand.
Heck, Jerry McTurner is running the top 5 here. Oh, just 4 years ago. And he was en route to the win. He was the quickest car. And then he had engine problems late in the race and didn't finish well. Last year he finished, 41st here. He was 42nd here a couple of years back. So he thinks his place might owe him 1 or 2. Mayfield is 6.3 seconds behind the leader in that 12 car. The 94, Bill Elliott, he is not in the mix. Bill's a lap down in 28th. Then you come to Dale Jarrett.
Eli, and I was looking at some of the stats on Dale Jarrett as we talked about him. He was in 36th spot in qualifying. Had he missed the first cut there and not make the race, it would have been the first time since he joined Robert Yates Racing that he had to take a provisional.
Really? That's saying something right there. There's the spread from the leader, Wallace. Back to 2nd place, Ricky Rudd. In 3rd place, Jeff Burton.
Oh, Burton, little sideways there, dropped the left front wheel under the yellow line, back in, kicked out, kept his leg in it, kept right on going.
Jeff Burton trying for the weekend sweep.
Boy, he clobbered him yesterday.
Yeah, hopefully you were with us to see that. A masterful Busch Series win. As a matter of fact, only one other time this year has the same driver won the Busch race on Saturday and the Winston Cup race on Sunday, and that was Burton in Las Vegas early in the season. There we go back to 10. Spencer in the 26. The 12 is Mayfield. The 97 is not in the mix. That's Kurt Busch. There was a lap down in 27th spot.
Busch is really looking forward to this race. This is the only racetrack he has a lot of experience on that is on the Winston Cup circuit. Run here 5 times in the Southwest Series, once in the Truck Series, and thought he was going to have a better day than he has had in so far.
The cars and trucks, though, are so different from what these machines are.
Yeah, but what he said, though, Eli, was interesting. He said, this is one of the places where I don't have to learn both the track and the car. I know at least something about the racetrack. In most of the places he goes, he doesn't even know where the hot dog stand is because he's never been there before. Well, that's important.
Right now, Kurt Busch is doing one thing and one thing only, getting experience. And Jack Rouse tells me that he's one of the quickest learners that he's ever had in a race car.
The lead still not separation. Half a second from Wallace back to Ricky Rudd and Jeff Burton. 88 laps to go. Can they make it on fuel? Will there be more cautions? We'll find out when we come back.
Now that Napa Auto Parts and accessories are available online, have we suddenly become hipper? Well, maybe a little. NapaOnline.com, where the world's largest inventory of ready-to-ship parts and expert advice you depend on in our stores, are now available online around the clock. And if something isn't right, you can ship it back or return it to your participating Napa store and we'll make it right. Actually, this is pretty hip.
We are from Colombia, West. The show in Colombia, it was in Spanish. It changed a lot of what the Duke of has to say in the actual show.
The translation always loses part of the jokes and part of the real conversation between the people.
Perdóneme, Bob. Parece que yo no he entendido muy bien. Pues eso no quiere decir que yo debo dar el primer puñalazo. Perdón.
I think it's better to see the show in English, but well, we only had it in Spanish, so it was the only thing we could see.
Rusty Wallace continues to lead here at Phoenix. Second place is Jeff Burton ahead of Ricky Rudd now. Hey, quick reminder, folks, about wrenchhead.com with millions of brand name auto parts and accessories to choose from. It is easy to prove you're a wrenchhead. Are you a wrenchhead? Wrenchhead.com, parts online all the time. Ricky Rudd now in third, and Ralph is going to have to work to keep Steve Parks behind him.
Yeah, and Eli, he just said over the radio he's not sure what happened. He thinks maybe just ran it in there a little too hard and lost the grip on that one. But the story really with Ricky Rudd right now is in regards to his tires. We talked earlier about how the crews write down which is a left front or a right rear, for example. Well, there are also numbers on those tires that come from the manufacturer Goodyear. There are batch numbers telling the teams when the tire was made and they can match them up with different sets. Well, there's a specific number set that is really working well on Ricky Rudd's car. They are all out of them on the number 28 crew. However, teammate Dale Jarrett has a handful of sets with the exact same batch numbers. So the crew from the 28 has been going down and trading tires out with the 88, trying to stack up as many sets of that particular batch as they can find for later in the race.
A whole lot different than when NASCAR first came to Arizona back in April of '51. When the late Marshall Teague drove his Hudson Hornet to the win over at the State Fairgrounds mile. I doubt that they were trading tires out that day.
They probably didn't even know what stagger was that far back, and now they've got people who do nothing but deal with tires.
You see NASCAR timing and scoring? Brought to you by our friends at Napa, who ask you, why do you need genuine Napa replacement parts? Because some things just can't be replaced.
You were talking about Marshall Teague. Trivia question. What did he drive?
A Hudson Hornet.
You got it.
Fabulous Hudson Hornet.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
The fabulous Hudson Hornet.
You got it.
You know, they didn't even have a marketing guy. They put that right down the side of those old cars in the 50s, the fabulous Hudson Hornet. And I tell you what, it could just send a chill up your spine to think about actually driving one of those things on the street. But the race cars and the street cars were identical. They really were. These are what you're looking at today. These are specially built chassis, specially built engines, specially built bodies. There's really not much here you could get from Detroit. But back then, you get the whole car from Detroit.
That would have spoiled my whole day. I just knew I had you on that one.
Wait, I'm almost as old as you are, buddy.
I, of course, conversely read about both of you in the history books.
No, I thought I remembered reading his magazine back when I was just a kid.
I'm Eli Gold, Buddy Baker, and Dick Berggren here in the booth. Glenn Jarrett, Ralph Shaheen, Steve Burns down on the pit lane, bringing you the NASCAR Winston Cup Series here at Phoenix International Raceway. TNN's final NASCAR telecast after 10 years of spending our weekends with you. There's third place, Ricky Rudd and Steve Park.
Eli, things are really tightening up front up there. That's Steve Park right now. He's also making a run, but you can see right now Jeff Burton right on the back bumper of Rusty Wallace.
He's really trying to make a run now, Burton is. And remember, half of Burton's wins in his career, half, as you see him make the pass to the lead, half of Burton's wins have been on flat tracks. 7 of the 14 victories.
Did you see him wave at Rusty as he went by there? Thank you.
I thought he was saying see ya.
That's what I thought too.
Now, what you do there, Rusty realized his car was going off a little bit, and Burton was much quicker. Rather than fight him and create a problem, he let him by, and then Burton in reply, thank him for letting him by.
So Jeff Burton back atop the leaderboard. As we are within shouting distance of the finish here in the Arizona desert.
Now on PlayStation 2, EA Sports. It's in the game.
Rated E for everyone. You think you're harder on your engine than most people? Well, good. Because there's a new motor oil made to take it. Introducing new Pennzoil Synthetic with Penzane. Penzane was developed for the space program and is used by NASA. Don't change your driving. Just change your oil. Pennzoil Synthetic. It's rocket science for your car.
You say you love Winston Cup racing? Well, you don't know how much fun you're missing unless you're playing Fantasy Cup Auto Racing. You can build your team, trade your drivers, and win even more money. More than $1 million in cash and prizes. And the best part, it only takes 10 minutes a week to play. Call us now at 1-800-877-RACE for your free rule book. Or play my free challenge online at fantasycup.com. Fantasy Cup Auto Racing. The best just got better.
Well, folks, everything will be decided today.
If you want to win in today's world, you can't afford to go it alone. It takes teamwork and training to win, just like the winning team that builds quality cars and trucks on the assembly line. UAWGM, assembly line to finish line, teamwork wins.
CNN Sports live coverage of the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 is being brought to you by UAWGM. Assembly line to finish line, teamwork wins. There you see second place. Ricky Rudd just went around Rusty Wallace. You would know that. In addition to watching it on TNN, you'd also know it if you were logged on to NASCAR Online. Because during the races, they've got up-to-the-moment scoring for you. They've got all the news all week long. So before, during, after the races, log on to NASCAR Online at NASCAR.com, your 24-hour NASCAR Garage Pass. They are still 1 4/10 seconds behind the leader, Jeff Burton. But you know how much Ricky Rudd wants to win here or anywhere this first season with Robert Yates Racing. It's really remarkable to think how well he has done in the points anyway. 5th in points, 373 down without benefit of a victory. And he is setting sail. There you see the differential between he and that man, Jeff Burton, who has finished 4th here at Phoenix in each of the last 2 visits here for the NASCAR Winston Cup team.
Jeff Burton changed his line a little bit around the racetrack. He's abandoned the bottom of the racetrack. Ricky Rudd now has gotten by the 2 car there, Rusty Wallace. And Steve Park also is coming up on Rusty. I think Rusty's car is getting a little bit, it's either pushing a lot, he's not able to hold the true line through the corner.
You see just 68 laps, 68 miles to go, now 67. And remember, everybody came in for their pit stops at lap 202. 110 laps, 110 miles from the finish.
Almost going to guarantee you everybody's going to have to stop at least one more time.
And that'll be so key, getting in and out and back in the competition here. A splash and go will be what it'll be, just enough to finish up. But if they keep going like they're going, Tony Stewart sitting there in 5th spot right now, able to run lower than anybody on the racetrack. He's going to be a major player in this thing before it's over.
He needs sunshine, though. That's what they have run well at since they've unloaded here. When the sun's been out, they've gone really well. When it's gotten overcast, they have not. And they had really hoped for a warm day today.
On that very lap, as they came by, the computer says he was the fastest car on the speedway.
Sun's coming out.
Steve, how about the fuel talk? Any new rumblings down there?
Well, yeah, they've done some more calculating, and Richard Childers has just radioed Dale Earnhardt and says, if this thing stays green, we're going to be 8 laps short.
We have Schrader going up high, and there's caution. Caution. Well, there goes all the fuel speculation. Schrader goes up the banking, and caution is on the speedway at lap 248 as the Pedigree Food for Dogs machine brings out the yellow.
Got a kitty cat on the back.
Yeah, we were talking before about how come the sponsor changed with the M&M Mars folks being a sister company to Calcan Foods. They're honoring and supporting a national crusade to aid homeless pets. And that's why they have come out with this special paint job for this weekend's event here at Phoenix International.
Good cause. Real good cause.
Yep.
I hit pretty hard. The right side of that car is just as flat as you could get it.
You know, this again is one of those racetracks where you figured Schrader might have had a good shot in light of the fact he has won in everything with wheels that has ever run at this place. But apparently not to be, and here come all the leaders. They will pit at lap 249, Steve Burns.
Dale Earnhardt, right side tires go on. No chassis adjustment to the 3-car. Now they're working on the left side tires. Ron Otto puts it on the back. Let's go to Roush Shaheen.
Jeff Burton is in. No chassis adjustments will be made here. Chris Dana putting the gas in. Bobby Christensen working the catch can, making sure they get every last drop of fuel in. They're already to the left side. Glenn Jarrett.
Rusty Wallace in. They're on the left side now. Right sides have already been changed. There was another chassis adjustment. Still trying to free the car up. Rusty's standing away. He's had great stops all day. And there's another one, 14.6 seconds. He comes out first again. These guys have done an awesome job in the pits today.
So pit stops for all the leaders at lap 249. Rusty Wallace, we were talking about flat track expertise. 12 of his 53 wins have been on flat tracks. Matter of fact, Rusty has led more than 5,000 laps on flat tracks over the years. Again, under caution here because of Kenny Schrader's problems. Lap 248. Watch what Jeff Burton saw. There you see Schrader just bouncing off the wall. And we continue under the yellow. CNN Sports is live at the Valley of the Sun. Somewhat overcast this afternoon.
Out here, there are no guarantees. In here, there's a lifetime guarantee. No wonder people in a hurry trust us. At select GM dealers, Good Wrench, it's for life.
Open up our doors, peek around the corners at all the great stores. The ones you look for, names you know, a few to discover. You want selection? We got that covered. Grab a friend, bring the family, bring yourself and see all that shopping can be. Shopping with Simon. Simon is waiting for you.
Mall centers and shopping from Simon. Simply the best shopping there is.
Endless Summer RV, the only family-owned and operated RV dealership in the area, invites you to visit our expanded showroom. Come in and see our enormous selection of new and used RVs. While you're here, take a walk through our newly remodeled parts and accessory store. We've also added service and free delivery bays for you, our customers. So stop by and visit with our friendly staff. Ask them questions. Many of them enjoy the outdoors just like you. We're located just 5 miles north of Frederick on Route 15. Camping families, serving families that camp.
When it comes to farm equipment,
equipment, the names to know are Case IH and CFS in Chambersburg and Carlisle. Quality products by Case IH and quality service make CFS special. We service all makes and models of equipment, or we'll sell you a combine that uses satellite technology. Our extensive parts department with over 192 years of experience is dedicated to your needs. We also have Central Pennsylvania's largest selection of skid steer loaders. For the best in products and experience, call Chambersburg Farm Service or Carlisle Farm Service. CFS service is in our name.
Sun again shines brightly here in Phoenix, Arizona. We are back under the green, and here comes a challenge for the lead.
Ricky Rudd got a great run off turn 2 and just powered by Rusty Wallace down into turn 3 there. And you see Earnhardt Jr. there trying to make his lap back up, but he can't do it. Steve Parker's on the outside and cut that line off for him, getting in the corner.
And there's our Midas wall cam, the new Midas, for a whole new way to keep a good thing going. Will be coming in for a stop-and-go penalty for passing on the wrong side prior to the restart. Jeff Burton, by the way, who came in as the race leader, goes out in 6th place after his pit stop.
Well, the first 3 cars here, Elijah, broke away pretty well, but Tony Stewart mired up in traffic right now. And just in front of him, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jeff Gordon's working him over down the back straightaway, trying to get the spot. Jeff Burton there in the 99, who's been the leader most of the day, back a little bit as they came out of the pit.
Ralphie, what happened on Burton's pit stop?
Well, Jackman Chuck White suffered through a broken jack on that pit stop, so he has traded that one out. He'll have another one ready for the next stop, but that broken jack cost him those precious seconds on pit road.
Isn't it awful when you do your job and a part breaks?
Those jacks are pretty high-tech pieces of equipment. I mean, it's interesting, you watch the jackman carry the thing out on race morning, and they're carrying that thing out like a baby. They live with those jacks.
The Brunhosel family from NASCAR Modified Tour fame, first coming out with those fancy modified jacks, and they've become industry standards. Running in 5th. Looking back towards Jeff Gordon in 6th. Haven't talked much about Jeff today. 2nd place, meanwhile, closing in just a bit. Actually, you see Wallace and Park within a car length of the race leader, Ricky Rudd, who is leading for the first time today, took over at lap 253. There's 7th place. Bobby Labonte, the point leader, not contesting Jeremy Mayfield right there.
Boy, I'm going to tell you, they let Jeremy Mayfield get his lap back just a little while ago. But I'm not sure that won't come back to haunt him a little bit, because Jeremy Mayfield is certainly one of the fastest cars out there.
Came back from losing a lap earlier in the race. Mayfield now a legitimate contender, running in 7th position.
Only 3 seconds back. See another car that was right in the mix there. Look at the 93. You see the Amoco colors coming at you. Dave Blaney running in 10th spot. His best finish was 18th at Richmond back in September. So he's on pace to rewrite his personal bests for the 2000 season, and he can do worse than following Earnhardt through those openings.
Blaney's a much better racer than his year 2000 record would indicate. Eventually, he's going to catch hold on these Winston Cup cars, and when he does, look out, because this kid's a good one. Sprint cars, Silver Crown cars, one and all of it.
Yeah, oh boy, I tell you, they were awful close to that outside wall there.
Just 52 miles to settle it. And again, you see brilliant sunshine beating down upon the 1-mile oval here in the Arizona desert.
And the sun was out not too long ago. Jeff Burton just went right by Tony Stewart without any problem whatsoever to take over 4th spot.
Meanwhile, for the last 14 laps, Kenny Schrader's car has been behind the wall after having his problems up there in the corner. Steve, can they fix it or what?
Well, they're working hard to fix it. Pete Wright, Sammy Johns, the other guys on the team working on the right front corner. Kenny Schrader is still in the race car. This is the second tire problem they've had today, Eli, and they're mystified. They do not know why.
Yeah, when it happens repeatedly to the same car, you've got to wonder what is amiss underneath. As you see, Stewart and Gordon, the 20 and the 24, and the 12 of Mayfield.
Closing in.
That's 5th, 6th, and 7th.
I think somebody made Jeff Burton mad just a second ago, because he is driving that race car to death in front of this good battle here. Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, Jeremy Mayfield.
Right now.
This battle right here is 3.5 seconds behind that man, Ricky Rudd, who is the race leader. Looking for his first win of the season. We're back in a moment.
Hey, we gotta talk. That stuff only protects my vital parts for about 30,000 miles. And then what happens? You gotta change it. Make it easy on yourself. Give me Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. It protects my sensitive parts for 5 years or 150,000 miles. That's 5 times longer than most of those conventional coolants. Now, let's talk oil. Hey!
Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. Add more life to your car.
Make your move, Tony.
Got it, Joe. You know, at times like these, I'm glad I'm driving the wide track Grand Prix. With handling like this and this, I can really turn a race around. On the way to the winner's circle, wider is better. The wide track Grand Prix by Pontiac.
Brains. Guts.
We get them checked by a doctor regularly.
Shouldn't you?
Hi, I'm Bobby Labonte.
Rusty Wallace.
And I'm Mark Martin. And we've teamed up with Pfizer to promote men's health.
Guys, you got to take care of your cardiovascular health, your mental health, and even your sexual health.
So get to your doctor, or get a free health screening at a race this season. And fellas, tune up for life.
Briefcase.
Need new tires? Our 35,000-mile tires are 4 for just 99 bucks. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
Mounds and Almond Joy, because everybody needs a 5-minute vacation.
It has not been a day without some exciting moments. Problems for Rich Bickle. Tire-related. Ken Schrader, tire-related. Rick Mast, not immune. Schrader for the second time. Problems with the right front. So what does it all mean here, Glenn Jarrett? Why those repeated problems?
Well, Eli, I'm gonna speculate a little bit there. It's not a tire problem, definitely not. Only a few cars have had those problems. But what's happened is these guys have been fighting the racetrack all day. They practiced under cloudy, humid conditions, and now we've got sunshine, and then we had clouds again. They're having trouble with the nose of the car sliding up the racetrack, not enough front-end bite. They're running a much higher groove than what they would normally run. They get way up high on the racetrack. We talked about all the trash and debris a while ago. They're simply getting up in some of that trash up there and cutting those right front tires. A lot of them are having to run a little higher line than what they normally would.
That is 5th place right there. Tony Stewart and Jeremy Mayfield. They are 4 seconds behind our race leader, Ricky Rudd. And we are at lap 271 of 312, just those 41 miles to go.
Boy, oh boy, he just drives right up under Stewart. Stewart fighting back on the outside. They get up to the other end. It's not even going to last that long. Jeremy Mayfield has a very fast car down the straightaway here.
And Jeremy has been consistently fast this year. The problem has been one of reliability. They've had 10 DNFs, and it just seems as if so often when Jeremy Mayfield has been really, really quick. He has found a problem, or a problem has found him. Hopefully not today.
But again, he does have to make up 4.5 seconds now to try and chase down Ricky Rudd. There's Rudd. The 7/10 of a second looks like that. Rudd back to Rusty Wallace, and that might well be a battle here shortly. Certainly, second is between Wallace and the yellow car of Steve Park.
And it won't be long before Jeff Burton just behind them. You see, he's closing in now in fourth spot.
The 4 hungry race drivers up there all looking to win this thing this afternoon.
None hungrier, you wouldn't assume, than Ricky Rudd.
And probably none more better suited for this place. He's won 20 times. Of those 20 times, 8 times Ricky Rudd has won on 1-mile speedways. When you think about how many mile tracks there are in comparison to the 1.5 miles and the 2.5 miles and the half miles, that is a disproportionate amount of success on the 1 mile. He is an expert on tracks like this.
And for those of you who are new to NASCAR Winston Cup racing, remember that Ricky Rudd won at least one race a year, at least one a year, for 16 seasons before being shut out last year and thus far here in the 2000 season.
I talked to Rudd about being very, very good on slick surfaces and where you needed to really hook up. He said 90% of the things he learned from racing motorcycles, getting back in the accelerator properly and getting it set to get forward traction. He was a pretty good race car driver when he first started.
Very, very good one. Broke in 1975 when he ran for Bill Champion. Then went into the family operation for a while, like he did with Al Rudd, his dad. Jeff Gordon running in 6th. Tony Stewart 7th. Bobby Labonte 8th. Only 1 point differential right now from where we started this day. Actually, it was 2:01, so it was 8 points in the differential. But you get the idea, not much of a pickup at all for Dale Earnhardt over Labonte. The biggest difference there is the fact that Earnhardt led lap 130. Bobby Labonte led 128. They've each picked up 5 bonus points there. And they're separated on the racetrack by only 3 positions.
But if you look at the whole year, though, and Earnhardt has finished in the top 3 29% of the time. Bobby Labonte has finished in the top 3 39% of the time. Labonte's average finish 7.7, Earnhardt 9.3. That is the difference as we watch this battle.
It's a good one for third spot. Jeff Burton, who has led much of today. Rusty Wallace, who has led much of the day. But Rusty's car now is acting like it did earlier in the race.
As soon as the tires really go off on that car, it starts to lose grip in the center part of the corner, where Jeff Burton's car just seems to get better and better as he goes along on green flag run. You can see right now, it won't be long before he'll be trying to move into second.
We have been running here in Phoenix since 1988. Alan Kulwicki won the inaugural. Ricky Rudd trying to repeat as a winner.
If you're building a new home, remember, no subfloor holds up better than one built with plywood. Smart builders use it. Smart homeowners ask for it. Plywood from Georgia Pacific, because you live on your floor.
If you ever plan to motor west, take the highway that's Lube. From Chicago to LA, 2,000 miles off the way. Hear your kids on Route 66.
Route 66. With so many outfits to put together, just because you're out of gas doesn't mean you'll be out of style.
On Route 66.
Route 66 66 jeans and clothes. Available at Big Kmart.
There's a lot of contact in racing. It's hard to say. I'm pretty good at it.
It is such a rush.
It's competitive.
And guys think that, you know, girls don't like rushes, but we do.
It's more of a guy sport.
I was first the whole time.
You know, you give them some hard competition, let them know that you're there.
Give them a little shove.
She's bumping! I think girls get a good kick out of racing.
When you do beat them, you're like, how guys like that type of stuff? Yeah. I'd like to be a professional NASCAR racer someday.
Ricky Rudd by 1 6/10 of a second, trying to become a repeat winner here at Phoenix International Raceway. You know he's confident, but how about his crew chief? Ralph?
Well, that crew chief is Michael McSwain. Michael, you two have worked real hard to get to this point where you can have that first win together. What have you got to do to bring him home today? Well, we've been really good on long runs all day. It's been our strong point. We were able to hold on there at the beginning of the restart. So I think we can do it right now. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Steve Burns?
Okay, Ralph, Paul Andrews is the crew chief for Steve Park. Does Steve have anything for that 28?
I think we got a little bit for the 28. You know, it seems like he's been kind of sliding back just a little bit. We've been a little bit better than him in the long run. I'm really worried about the 99. I think he's kind of holding up and just kind of saving everything he's got for the end. He's pretty good about that, too. We'll just see. It'd be nice to see the singles in lane and victory lane. It'd be pretty neat.
So the words of the crew chiefs. Can they make up enough distance in 27 laps, 27 miles?
To win today would mean so much to Michael McSwain. He has never won a Winston Cup race. As a crew chief, Paul Andrews, crew chief for Steve Park, he's won 11 times, mean a lot to him. But first win, that's ever so special. It tastes so sweet, there is none that will ever taste better than the first.
Your front five right now, Ricky Rudd, 1.4 seconds back to Steve Park in second, nose to tail to Burton in third, then a second back to Rusty Wallace, and then a few car lengths further back to Jeremy Mayfield. That is the top five right now here at Phoenix International Raceway. Mayfield at 125.4 miles an hour. Last lap was at 125.8, which was the quickest of anybody at lap 287.
Nobody cruising here. You can better believe that they are all on the gas as hard as they can. Rudd does not want those guys to close in on him.
I just noticed the 28 car very, very high in 1 and 2 down there. I think he's looking for a place for maximum grip right now. He's changing his line around the racetrack. That means something maybe giving up just a little bit in the car because he is searching for a place that the car stays as good as it has been for the past 15 to 20 laps. See how high he is there in the middle part of the corner.
There you see fourth place, Rusty Wallace losing it to Jeremy Mayfield. Lap 289.
Jeremy has a strong car.
There happens to be a late caution.
Oh, boy.
Don't count that 12 out at all. He has led a lot today. He and Jeff Burton both have fast race cars, but right now, Ricky Rudd, if he finds that sweet spot on the racetrack, we know it has the horsepower, and he's certainly able to maintain that lead that he's had for the last little bit.
You know, all those stories about potentially Jeremy leaving, maybe it's not anything to do with Jeremy. Maybe it's all these car owners who want him to drive for them.
Second place on your screen. Park goes wide.
This will probably go on for a little bit. You see Burton right there. He should be able to close him out getting into 3 there.
Miles to go. Meanwhile, the race leader, Rudd, has to deal with Kevin LePage. Some race traffic. LePage is on the lead lap. He's in 22nd spot. Doesn't want to go a lap down.
And exactly right. He wants to stay in the lead lap, but Rudd just powers by. But look at the traffic in front of Ricky Rudd right now. That could pose a problem as we close in on the last few laps here.
Ralph, Ricky Ricky's going to have some traffic to deal with.
Eli, I spoke to Michael McSwain again, the crew chief for Ricky Rudd, and asked him about the observations that Buddy Baker was making about Ricky changing his line. I asked him if something was wrong now with the 28. He said he has no idea. Ricky is not
trouble on the back straightaway.
Right in front of the leader. Rudd hit him.
Ricky Rudd is in it. As the drivers bounce off one another, Burt goes around, takes the lead. Steve Park goes by. He'll take second. Ricky Rudd getting caught up in an accident.
Rudd on fire. Ricky Rudd's car on fire.
Coming down pit road, the fire was just coming out of the race car.
Fire clearly extinguishing itself. Crowd, a heartbreaker as Mast and Bliss got together and Ricky had nowhere to go.
Oh, Eli, total frustration down here. The crew was just throwing things in the air. As soon as they saw it, they were watching the monitors, watching our broadcast, and they saw Ricky hit him, and they all just threw their arms up in the air. They can't believe the horrible luck. They're calling the checkup under the hood. Now, they will normally do this in a series of pit stops, is what they would normally do. There's a little bit of flame belching out underneath the muffler. They're having trouble getting up underneath the hood, and the engine is shut off as they try to get the car fixed enough to get him back out into the race. At this point, a shot at a win is out the window. Now it's just trying to get the best finish they can.
And now at lap 295 of 312, the leaders are going to come in and take on fuel and fresh rubber. Steve Burns.
And Steve Park's going to come in. We think they're just going to change right side tires, Eli. Steve Park's left front is on. Two tires. Let's go to Glenn.
Jeff Burton is in, and it is a two-tire change as well for Burton. The right side tires only as he goes out with the lead.
Trying to battle on pit road. Do you just believe Ricky Rudd's luck? Do you believe?
No, I do not. Because
there's Mike Bliss's machine.
Something happened to the 14 of Rick Mast in the middle part of the back straightaway. He slowed drastically. There was sparks coming out, and Mike Bliss had nowhere to go. Run right in the back of him. And here comes Ricky Rudd along and gets collected up in something he had nothing to do with.
Unbelievable. This can be a terribly cruel sport sometimes. Here's what happened. Watch it again on the backstretch.
Hey, you can see the 14 slowing way down there. Buddy, you had it right.
And now Ricky
slowed way down. And here comes Ricky. No place to go. Bam, into the back end of Mike Bliss.
And you're right. It wasn't Bliss's fault. It was really nobody's fault.
No.
Something breaks on Mast's car. He slows so dramatically. There goes Bliss ramming him, lifting him off the ground. He hit him so hard. And if Bliss had gone the other way, Rudd would still be leading this race. But he wasn't in control of the car.
And Robert Presley on the outside, I'm not sure he didn't have something to do with Mast slowing down real radically there, because all of a sudden the 14 really slows up and Presley goes by on the outside.
My goodness. On board with Ricky Rudd.
I mean, the bottom looked clear, didn't it? And then all of a sudden, it wasn't clear anymore.
Here's what Rick Mast saw. Let's see how this whole thing begins now.
Turn one.
He goes way high.
There.
Mast is way off the pace.
Yeah. He was way off the pace there. Drilled in the rear. So Mark Martin is the leader here at Phoenix International Raceway. He has finished 8th or better in the last 8 races here. Might be in position for the win.
Introducing the next generation of Red Wings with Comfort Force. Red Wing Shoes, proud sponsor of Petty Enterprises Racing.
Keep your ride safe and ready with RedShed.com's Get Tuned Up Fall Sales Event. It's National Car Care Month, and we have over 40 brands of parts and accessories on sale, plus cool gifts with every $150 purchase. The Get Tuned Up Fall Sales Event ends November 7th, so log on to RedShed.com now. Are you a wrench head?
Okay, DJ, I'm ready for you. What's the game?
I'll see boomerang.
Boomerangs? I think I prefer football.
So what are you doing here?
I came here for the big juicy steaks. How about you?
I want that shrimp on the barbie.
Ah, let's go eat.
No rules, just right. Outback Steakhouse.
They're back.
Volunteers, we all have regular jobs. We could be coming from anywhere. We get a call, we need to get to the fire right now. Things that are going through our mind are the hazards we might face so that when we get on scene, we're ready to act. We need a truck that can handle anything we throw at it. 4 full-size doors gets us in and out quickly. There's 6 people in the cab, and there's a ton of room for cargo. Great truck.
Well, the NASCAR official is saying, guys, you've got to move the car behind the wall. Ralph, it's just too much work going on, I guess, huh?
Oh, Eli, it's just one big nightmare down here for the 28. They're being told now they've got to go behind the wall. They've already yanked the radiator out. The crew is working feverishly to try to get Ricky back in the race so they can get a handful of laps in to try to finish this one.
Now, we found, the guys in the truck found another view from Michael Waltrip's onboard camera, and you can clearly see now what happens. You'll see the debris come out from underneath Rick Mast's car. He'll cut a tire down. Right there. And there was no chance for Bliss to do anything but just drill him in the caboose.
Eli, he had problems down in turn 1, though, and got way off the pace, and he was having problems way before the tire actually went down on him on the back straightaway.
That car right there, Ricky Rudd, has only 1 DNF all year. Only 1 race has he failed to finish. That was because of an accident at Pocono in July.
Mark Martin, it's Dick Berggren at TNN. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Everybody behind you took tires on that pit stop. You didn't. Are you going to be strong enough to hold them off?
Oh, I don't think so, but we're going to give it our best shot. The Valvoline car's been really slow on new tires today.
You had just pulled alongside Buster, the pace car. What were you trying to tell him?
Still oil in the middle of the backstretch there, and hope we don't wreck here at the start.
Okay. Well, good luck to you, Mark.
Thanks a lot.
Going back to green in 1 more lap. We'll have about 11 miles of racing to settle it. And now it's going to be interesting to see whether Mark Martin has enough to hold everybody off.
Yeah, and also they don't want to start back with too much oil on the back straightaway, but if you're leading, you want to cut down as many laps as you can also.
There's one more look at that incident from the helicopter overhead. Watch this right here. That first hit's already been made, and poor old Ricky. And now watch Burton get through. Watch here. Here goes LePage. Look for the 99.
That one right there, Burton, the 99 goes through right through the middle.
Like the Red Sea parted.
Well, it's your day, it's your day.
After the pit stops, that's where they are running. And of course, no notation for Mark Martin on the pit summary. He did not pit.
Well, he said the key thing, new tires don't help that car that much, and he was in 15th, so he had nothing to lose.
Tires off. You ready? Ready? Break flag. Break flag.
This will be a masterful driving performance if Mark Martin can hold off all those cars. They with new tires, he with old.
So far, so good. You know those cars behind him The 2-car of Rusty Wallace has been lightning fast on fresh tires, and Burton in the 99 has been the clear-cut fastest car on the racetrack all day long.
Mark Martin's tires are 99 laps old.
He's looking pretty good right now. He's got a good lead.
And if they're battling for second, that's just exactly what Mark Martin wants to see. And I tell you what, he was exactly right.
Yep.
Good on old tires.
A former winner here at Phoenix, Mark Martin is...
Tony Stewart just went way up, almost kissed the wall. He lost a bunch of spots. Won't be his race.
Mark Martin was 14th before the accident.
Jeff Burton hunting an outside line. He knows that Rusty Wallace is going to protect the bottom part of the racetrack. And to get by him, he's been trying the outside, but now he takes a peek on the inside as they head down the front straightaway. No dice, but watch him here. He'll look to the outside of Rusty Wallace, trying to make that outside pass. And he does have a great run up out of the corner there.
That's for second spot. You see they're just car lengths behind the leader.
And just behind them, Jeremy Mayfield has moved into fourth in the 12 car.
Mark's hanging on, though. Hanging on.
7 miles to go. And you know, it was a great call because he was not going to win from 14th. And even if he picked up 4 positions on pit road or something with his great crew, he probably wouldn't have won from 10th.
Exactly right. And right now he's driving a perfect line around there. And you can see it's hotly contested for third right now between team cars.
There's a big pack of traffic you see right behind all of those leaders. Everybody getting bunched up with that caution.
Oh boy, I tell you what, Jeff Burton got a great run as we see these guys coming back there and fighting around.
That's third spot, going Mayfield's way.
Right there, Jeff Burton looked to the outside of Mark Martin. He's clearly faster right now, whether he can make the move or not, but he looks to the inside. And watch him try that outside as Mark dives to the bottom.
This is for the lead and for a possible sweep of the weekend here in Phoenix.
You want to get close to the outside wall. Burton just powers by him down the back straightaway, but Mark hanging tough on the inside.
But he's not going to have enough, I don't believe.
Burton's got him.
Takes the lead.
Burton's got him.
New leader, car number 99. 5 miles to go. They are breathing again.
Jeremy Mayfield for second.
Granted, it's not been a good mile for Mark Martin. The pressure tires finally kick in. Meanwhile, Gordon and Labonte battling for 6th. And look at Blaney behind them in 8th. It'll be his best finish of the year.
Incredible drive by Dave Blaney in the 93 car. He's right up there with some, the best in racing right now. And you see Mark Martin getting past there by the 2-car of Rusty Wallace.
And Park on the bottom looking for Rusty's spot.
That's for 4th place. Here goes Park.
Leads the way off turn number 4 coming down the line.
4th spot up the grabs right there. Park grabs it. 2 miles to go. Jeff Burton, the leader. Looking for his first win at Phoenix in a NASCAR Winston Cup car. And remarkably, they've been running here since 1988. This will be the first front row starter to win at Phoenix. As Bobby Labonte moves around Mark Martin to grab 5th place.
Eli was a noble drive by the 6-car Mark Martin. But like you said, the new tires right now just a little bit better as he had to go back and change his line. Didn't have the whole racetrack to use. He's losing spot after spot.
Problems for Scott Pruitt. No caution. They are racing to the checkered flag. He was a winner here yesterday. He wins again today. Jeff Burton wins it. Here's second, Park third, Wallace fourth, Bobby Labonte fifth. Mark Martin will finish sixth. Seventh will be Gordon. Blaney with his best of the year coming home eighth. Earnhardt ninth, and Dale Jarrett 10th. That's how we saw it coming across the line. What a finish. Frankie Stoddard is the winning crew chief.
Well, Frankie Stoddard just got doused in Gatorade, and so did we. Hey, Frankie, congratulations on that victory. Tell me how you coached him home.
I'll tell you what, I want to first off and tell everybody at home that my grandmother passed away this weekend, yesterday. I'm going to fly home tomorrow to see all my family, and I didn't get to see her much because I'm doing this racing thing, and these are the days right here that make it worthwhile doing this racing thing and giving up some of the family.
Frankie, I'm sure she's awfully proud of you today.
Well, I'm proud of Jeff Burton and this whole team, the Citgo Superguide car. We've lost a lot of races here in the last month that just on circumstances of pit stops and things like that just didn't go right. And today that driver was on the wheel, wasn't he?
All right, now Hollywood's got him picked up. He's going to carry him to victory lane.
And that was also the Red Wing Shoe Work Hard pit crew of the race. Red Wing Shoe Company, America's best choice for durable, comfortable footwear. We've got a lot more coming up. Victory Lane, plus our look back at 10 years of NASCAR on TNN. Stay with us.
Hey, we gotta talk. That stuff only protects my vital parts for about 30,000 miles. And then what happens? You gotta change it. Make it easy on yourself. Give me Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. It protects my sensitive parts for 5 years or 150,000 miles. That's 5 times longer than most of those conventional coolants. Now, let's talk oil. Hey!
Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. Add more life to your car.
This is the Firebird Trans Am. And it's very hungry. The muscle car lives. Firebird Trans Am by Pontiac.
One's the super freaky funky puncher. The other, a heavy-handed exit man.
I don't have your money. I don't have your money. I don't have your money.
Ready to rumble boxing round 2 with badder characters and bigger action. It's the undisputed, undefeated champion. Rated T for teen.
All right, gentlemen, I want a good clean...
TNN, the national network.
We've got...
Oh, they're changing it to the national network? Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh, yeah. Professional bull riding on TNN.
It's pop.
Pop.
TNN, we've got pop.
It's definitely pop.
I'll tell you what, while we're on the fish, and do a right go bass fishing with TNN every chance you get.
TNN.
We've got pop.
Pop. Pop. Pop.
TNN.
We've got
Pop.
proud to be pop. Yeah.
CNN Sports live coverage of the Checker Auto Parts Dura Lube 500 has been brought to you by Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. Add more life to your car. And by the Wide Track Grand Prix by Pontiac. Wider is better. From Las Vegas to Daytona to Loudon, New Hampshire to Phoenix, Arizona. 4 wins this year for Jeff Burton. Let's go to Victory Lane, Glenn.
Well, just about this time yesterday afternoon, I was talking to Jeff Burton in Victory Lane for the Busch Series race. Another great performance, but today wasn't quite as easy as yesterday.
No, this wasn't an easy day at all. This was a great day for us. We broke a jack in the pits. We just didn't have any luck at all, but it just kept coming for us. And there at the end, I hated to see Rudd have his problem because he was going to be home. We were going to catch him. I don't know if we would have got by him. We were going to catch him. And just heads up to all these guys. They've worked really hard. We've really tested a lot. And we put a lot of effort into our race program, and it's showing.
Well, Jeff, it appeared that every time you might come out in second, third, fourth, or something like that, but in the long run, you look to have the best car.
I thought we had the best car all day. Obviously, Jeremy was really fast, too. But Paige, I got another trophy. That's important. That's 2 for the weekend. So all those trophies we get are Paige's. So I needed to tell her that. And I'm just proud of these guys. You know, it's great to get Citgo in Victory Lane. And it feels so good for a sponsor to come in. All of our associate sponsors stuck with us. And
This is a long time since Cisco's won. It feels really good to get them in victory lane.
A 2-win weekend. You're the only guy that I can remember this year that has done that, won the Busch race and gone on to win the Cup race. You did it back earlier in the year at Las Vegas. Man, you guys are hot.
We just got a great race team. All these guys, you know, this guy right here gives us everything we need. He's a pain in the butt sometimes, but he gives us everything we need to win races, and he expects us to win because he gives us the things to win. And so proud to be part of Roush Racing, and all of our people just work hard. It's a true team effort.
Congratulations. And Mr. Pain in the Butt, you got anything to add to that?
Well, I saw Mark out there lumbering around with old tires. I was afraid they might get tangled up, but Mark was better on old tires than he's been all day. But what can you say about Jeff Burton on his flat tracks? I guess being raised in South Boston is where it's at. What do you think?
I think he's exactly right. Here's Steve Burns.
Well, Ricky, we talked to you before the race about if you could get into the win column, and it looked like you had it today. Tough break. Tell us what happened.
Well, not really sure. I could see the 14 car had looked like he had a flat right front tire, and everything was going to work out. You know, we were coming up on lap cars, and I'm not sure if the 27 didn't see him or what happened. He just ran right square in the back of him, and I'm not really sure how he did that, to be honest with you. But when he did it, I caught the repercussions of that wreck right in my face, and wasn't a whole lot we could do about it.
Ricky, how disappointing is this to be that close to victory coming with this 28 car?
Well, we've been like this week in and week out. I mean, we really should be sitting here talking about 3, 4, 5 wins right now, but we can't talk about that because obviously we don't have them. But the situation is very similar to today, just circumstances we can't control. I don't really know what we got going on here with bad luck, but the good thing is team performance is there. That's a hard thing to get, so we got that part going for us. We just try to buy some luck.
Thank you very much, Ricky. Appreciate your time. Eli?
Well, very well said. One thing about Ricky Rudd, always one of the classiest guys around, and there's no doubt about it. We thank those folks from Winston for saying a thank you to us. There's that big accident. Rick Mast had his problems. Mike Bliss was on his tail. And, you know, with all due respect to what Ricky said, and I've never driven these race cars, buddy, but I don't see anything Mike Bliss could have done.
He had a car on the outside going by on the outside, which was Robert Presley, and another car on his inside. He had no choice.
And then here's what happened, by the way, on the last lap. We were all watching the leaders and everybody come across the stripe. There was a little tangle there at the end as Robert Presley and Scott Pruitt get together coming off turn number 4. And that was why we saw Presley and Pruitt slowly coming the rest of the way. Back with more from Phoenix after this.
Just how quick and agile is the Kodiak Bear? It ran away with ATV of the Year. The Kodiak Automatic 4x4 with push-button in and out 4-wheel drive. ATV Magazine's ATV of the Year. Now, buy any select Yamaha ATV and get a worn winch for just $69.95 during Yamaha All-Terrain Value Days.
Craving more taste? More variety? All you need is 99 cents. Check out the new 99-cent BK Cravers menu with 8 items, including our Bullseye Barbecue Deluxe, Chicken Tender Sandwich, and tasty mozzarella sticks. Just 99 cents every day.
Wherever you go, there's a neighbor close by who can fill you up when you're running a little low. Just look for the sign. Gas, food, and conversation. Citgo. See you around.
Endless Summer RV, the only family-owned and operated RV dealership in the area, invites you to visit our expanded showroom. Come in and see our enormous selection of new and used RVs. While you're here, take a walk through our newly remodeled parts and accessory store. We've also added service and free delivery bays for you, our customers. So stop by and visit with our friendly staff. Ask some questions. Many of them enjoy the outdoors just like you. We're located just 5 miles north of Frederick on Route 15. Camping families, serving families that camp.
In this unstable world we live in, it's nice to know some things are reliable and secure. Balker Motors, family-owned and operated for over 76 years. Balker Motors, over 29 Chrysler 5-star awards for excellence. Balker Motors, selling Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge cars and trucks. Balker Motors, 4 miles south of Spring Grove, on the hill in Jefferson. Balker Motors, where people are very important.
Phoenix International Raceway. The fans beginning to file back out into the Arizona desert. Mark Martin gave it a heck of a run. Steve Burns just came up a little bit short.
Yep, valiant effort. Mark, that was a gutsy call, and you held him off for a while.
Yeah, the racetrack was still oily, and I was a little bit nervous about it. But I did my best to stay out front. We didn't have a very fast race car today, and I just want to thank Jimmy Finnig and the whole Jack Roush team. They had the Valvoline car out front at the end, and I've always told them if they'll put me in the front at the end of these things that I'll do my best to stay there, and I did. It was a good move for us. We gained 9 spots from where we were when the caution fell. So, you know, we haven't been hitting on much on our setups, and that's a great race car. It just set up wrong, and you know, I'm a big part of that, and we're just going to have to get it together. It doesn't seem like we can find our way right now.
Thanks for your patience, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Classy guy with a strong finish today in 6th. Mark Martin is the Bryant hot driver of the race. Burning hot. Call Bryant to the rescue at 1-888-999 Bryant. Taking a look at all of the finishers today in this 43-car field. You know, we really didn't say much about Bobby Labonte today, guys, but there's another top 5 for him.
Yeah, it's been that way all year long. You say, well, Bobby had a pretty rough day, but he always ends up in the top 5. So, yeah, he's had a good run all year long.
Spencer 13th, Ricky Craven in the top 20 today. Dale Earnhardt Jr. got a lap down early and ends up a lap down in 27th position. The brothers Waltrip.
Run all the way back in 37th spot.
Not fair sometimes from the fellows who dropped out early. Ryan Newman, Matt Kenseth, and Bobby Hamilton. What that now means, point-wise, is this. 218. So the spread goes from 210 to 218. Bobby Labonte with his 5th place finish. Earnhardt finishing 9th, and Bobby spreads it just a little bit more in that battle for the hardware. Jeremy Mayfield came home in 2nd spot today. Ralph has caught up with him in the garage.
Well, he's speaking to his car owner, Roger Penske, right now, and we'll see if we can sneak here and get a quick word. Jeremy, you got down a little bit, but you fought your way back. How tough of a run was it today?
Man, it was tough, but we had a great car, and just everybody on this Penske racing team, and everybody Mobil 1, Penske engines, everybody just done a great job. You know, had a good car, and you're lucky. You know, we ran out of fuel right on pit road. You know, we had extra fuel in it. I guess just wasn't picking enough up or whatever, but. You know, want to say our hearts out with Peter Spenzar, too, our crew chief. His grandmother passed away, and then Uncle a couple days later, or the next day. So I just want to say our prayers with him, and this run was for him right there.
Jeremy Mayfield coming home in 2nd. When we come back, it's time for us to say goodbye with a look back at 10 years of memories on TNN.
Oh, yeah, that's the first down. Way to read the D. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Can't get enough football? Grab a Miller Lite, and anytime is Miller time.
Who's calling these plays? Put in a backup!
Okay, here we go. Push, push. Beautiful baby coming.
Yeah! Nice catch. Good hand.
Can't get enough football? Grab a Miller Lite, and anytime is Miller time.
It's unnecessary roughness.
Introducing the Polaris Sportsman 500 HO with a new high-output engine and 20% more power. The world's best-selling automatic ATV just got better.
On Saturday, it snowed so much I built a snowman. But my mom and dad were worried because our furnace broke and the cold shouldn't be inside. And then a nice man called Brian came in a big truck and gave us a new furnace, even though it was Saturday. And then nobody worried anymore, because the cold wasn't inside anymore. Then we drank hot chocolate with little marshmallows.
You can call Bryant to the rescue, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Does peace of mind have a name? Can confidence and trust be summed up in one word? Can innovation really mean security? In 90 manufacturing centers in 27 countries, Goodyear scientists and engineers are working every day to answer those questions. and to ensure that your family is riding on the safest, most durable tires we can make. Peace of mind does have a name. It's Goodyear.
21, 22, 23, 24.
364. 365. 24.
365.
24.
365.
Chevrolet, supporting U.S. Olympians 24/7, 365.
Hey, did you get them brakes at Pep Boys?
Yeah, I did.
I appreciate it.
Now get up to $40 back on premium Revestis brake service. Pep Boys, one more reason cars like us, people love us.
Well, in this business, you never know what's going to happen on the racetrack. First you think it's one man, then it's another. It turned out to be Jeff Burton, who sweeps the weekend here at Phoenix International Raceway. And we're so happy you've been able to join us here on TNN Sports for today's coverage. But now, after 10 years of NASCAR coverage on TNN, it's come down to this, a moment that for a full year we knew was coming, a moment that really we have dreaded for that entire year. Now it's time for all of us here at TNN to say goodbye to NASCAR, but even more importantly, we have to say goodbye to you, the NASCAR fans. Working side by side with some of the most talented and certainly some of the most courageous athletes in the world was truly our pleasure. It was our good fortune. Meanwhile, over the years, we have heard from hundreds, if not thousands of you. Some of you enjoyed our coverage, others found fault in it. All I can say today is that whatever made air here on TNN was done with only one objective in mind, and that was to give you folks and to serve you, the greatest sports fans in the world, the sport that you so very much love. And Buddy Baker, that's been our good fortune, really working for the very best sports fans in the world.
Exactly right, and that's why we do the things we do, is because of the fans. When I raced for the fans, and when I've been on TV, I certainly had the fans in mind all the time.
Dr. Bergman, it's never easy having to say so long, is it?
No, it really isn't, but I've appreciated the opportunity to share with you folks at home my enthusiasm for stock car racing. Calling the races beside Buddy Baker, Eli Gold, and Mike Joy is to have worked beside people I have admired more than I can tell you. This has been among the most treasured experiences of my life. Our pit crew, Ralph Shaheen, Steve Burns, Mike Hogwood, Glenn Jarrett, attaboy. To Patty Wheeler, Joel and Kathy McKee, Jennifer Wells, Steve Stum, Jeff Probst, Pam Miller, Paul Boykin, Larry McReynolds, Patrick Perrin, Martha Oliver, Linda P., Pete Richards, Scott Keith, Gary Clem, thank you, Drano, Hoppy, Rambo, Goat, Bubba, Slob, TV Tim. You guys got it done. You did it well. And to those of you worried about the future of NASCAR on TV, I say it is in good hands. Next year's races will be called by announcers you trust, people you have heard before, backed up by people who have been around and understand this stuff. For the past, thank you. It's been a terrific run. For the future, it's going to be just fine.
So, although our sports programming on TNN no longer will include NASCAR racing, I do hope that you will again invite all of us back into your homes as TNN now expands its coverage of the Pennzoil World of Outlaws, the ASA Series, IHRA Drag Racing, and the Arena Football League, while adding the XFL and even some college basketball to our sports lineup. So, for Buddy Baker, for Dick Berggren, Glenn Jarrett, Ralph Shaheen, Steve Burns, and for the countless numbers of people who have made up the very best TV crew that a broadcaster could ever hope to work with, I'm Eli Gold. Now some memories. And so we come to the final moments. But it is with pride rather than remorse that we bid farewell to you, the fans. For without you, these magic moments would mean absolutely nothing.
Hello, everybody. I'm proud to be part of this great effort as we work to make the Nashville Network NASCAR's country home. Davey Allison will win the AC Delco 500.
I'm telling you what, I just can't believe it. Finally.
It'll be the finish everyone was
Rusty Wallace. That's my vote. I don't know about the rest of these guys that sitting here tore up in the garage.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Here comes Mass right to the bumper, slides it sideways, and Earnhardt holds him off.
I got to dedicate this to Neil Bonnet. He's been in my heart ever since we lost him, and he's really been close to us. And his family has suffered so much. I hope the best for them, Susan and everybody, but this is for Neil.
Ward Burton scores his first Winston Cup win.
Oh, God, what a hit. Oh, man, Michael Walker.
They'll come off turn 4 for all the money. Kyle Petty wins it.
What a great day he has had. This is the furthest back anybody has ever started in Dover to win a race. He started 37th.
I might make one observation. Cloudy today. That's certainly going to be good for the racetrack because yesterday it was coming apart about like O.J. Simpson's alibi, and we were having some problems there. But today it's looking good.
Film at 11.
Now that'll loosen you.
Whoa! Yes, that'll loosen you. Hamilton to the wall. Bobby Hamilton is the first-time winner.
Tell Newman here, wherever he is, I want him here because it's for him.
Whoa! And here goes Michael Waltrip for the lead. Let me show you real quickly some of the ways they adjust these cars during the race. The easiest way, change the air pressure in the tires. That's a quick way. The other way, they might take a wrench like this and adjust the jack screw, change the tension on a spring. If none of that stuff works, if it's a really bad push, they take this hammer and they whack the crew chief for making the car that high to begin with. Ricky Rudd wins at Dover Downs, Delaware. And Ricky has now recorded at least one win in each of the last 15 years. We've got a new first-time winner in NASCAR Winston Cup Racing, Jeremy Mayfield.
I'm trying to wake up. I think I'm still dreaming.
They didn't put quite enough dirt on me. Kicked it off and crawled back out. I've been in holes before and crawling out of a pretty deep one right now, but damn, this is good.
Jeff Gordon is broken on the white flag lap. Glad you're with us on TNN Motorsports. Enjoy the evening. Here we go. And the celebration and the fireworks begin.
Oh, man, oh, man.
Here comes Andretti. He's coming in.
He's in trouble.
He's in trouble. Stewart is running out of fuel. Stewart is running out of fuel. Joe Nemechek is a first-time winner in NASCAR Winston Cup Racing.
I got to thank God. He was watching over me. I got to thank my brother. We missed him a lot. He was watching over me. That Polish victory lap was for him.
He bounces him out of the way. Earnhardt goes high. Mayfield is going to win here at Pocono. The next generation of NASCAR superstars. And now here's the big man himself, Dale Sr., giving the hug to his son. What a great moment.
Michael, you got a great qualifying effort. How about today?
I'm so fast, I'm not even going to be able to figure out what it is.
The train left the station.
If pride and dedication have a face, you will find it here among those whose faces never caught the camera's bright beam. The faithful folks who brave the perils of weather, travel, and endless weekends away from home to bring you these great moments. They are television's finest crew, but first and foremost, they have always been one of you, true racers, true fans, and through rain and shine, a true family.